¿Qué lo que, Lin? What's up,
Yo,
B?
what's up, Bob?
My man, live my world, yo. Fuerte abrazo, mi hermano. Hey, yo, this is the bodega. Real talk. When I was 4 years old, we used to get the 10 cents ices in here.
Oh, damn.
That's like way. Oh, wait, time out. Ooh, that's my joint right there. Yo, you kidding me? El Gran Combo? Yo, you can't get more Boricua than that, yo. Wow, man. I feel like I should get some plantain chips now or something. Oh, you didn't even know about Afro-Boricua music, right? We're talking about bomba plena.
Yes,
This is music and rhythms that are centuries old.
Come on, let 'em know.
See, this is what I'm talking about. I hear music and it just makes me...
Is that Lex?
Cucumber slice. Yo, what's up? I heard you were shooting ball at Rocksteady Park. Had to come check you out. Yo, that thing got a combo joint?
Yeah, that's it, man.
Yo, my dude, turn it up. Turn that up, turn it up.
Gotta be cool, motherfucker.
I'm from an island in the Caribbean, 3.4 million Taino Indian children play in the sun, have fun and run silly in no shoes, chasing the Goki frog amphibian. How I wish that was real, but it's obviously different. $70 billion debt the economy sits in. Much of my family back home is poverty stricken, and they think life here is hitting a lottery ticket. They don't know about police brutality whippings. They don't know my skin tone had me thrown in prison. They don't know gentrification as our neighborhood shifting and immigrants build buildings they can't afford to live in. Let's not talk about the Donald stuff. It's like a long Disney movie watching all the questions Donald does. But what trumps everything is hustle and vision. So my updated kitchen's a product of not having a pot to piss in. My new car is synonymous to my driving ambition. Well, those ashes remind me I earned it and nothing was given. I give in for nothing, it's like I don't get enough of winning. Trying to be triumphant, bring the trumpets in it.
Oh my God. From a long line of Latin music, multi-hyphenates. When you grow up on Dykeman, it's this music all your life, and it's a lot of demon. No sé a ti, pero snatching the Yankee hat and playing keep away. Now keep the way that bomba y plenas es hot as abuelas avena. When I tinte Telemundo, yo de Iri Chacón está buena. The separate fridge in the bodega, co-presidente. GW Bridge to the heights, let me wreck me gente. Dead in the middle of minimal visibility. I thread the filigree of our bilingual versatility. So come with me in my Walter Mercado regalia. You take the puente with Tito, I'll take a cruise with Celia. En aventura with Romeo, ojalá que llueva café con Juan Luis Guerra, okay, que cante mi tierra. You want a grand combo, you got the sweet and sour of me and Yawa. From then till now, it's New Eureka power. J. Period, Joel Ortiz, me Yawa. This bodega is lit right now. Yo, this shit's all the way up. The windows rounded. Who's snobby, where you at? Lynn Miranda. J. Period with the story to tell. The Yawa, Joel Ortiz. This bodega's lit.
Woo! Yo, that was some heat right there.
Bananas.
Yo, Bob, I'm going to this jazz joint. You want to roll with me?
Word. All right, cool.
I bet.
Chapter 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Club True, where we always bring you the real. I'm your host, the silky smooth voice of calm and reason in this chaotic world, welcoming you to a place of refuge, music. Making their way to the stage right now, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, J. Jazz Junction.
musical journey in 3 acts. When you hear this sound, turn the page. Please, tune your speakers for maximum bass response and enjoy the show. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a story to tell.
Yeah. My brother Joel went to see Dave Chappelle amidst the pandemic. I say he brave as hell, blaze the trail. Just don't take a major L. I'ma wait, save the date, save yourselves. Next thing you know, he brings his things to Yellow Springs and says to spread his wings has been the stuff of dreams. Oh well, time to pull another book from the shelves. Feels like he got a story to tell. This rhythm is taking me back.
You keep going back and forth.
Yeah.
You know it's time for a change, don't you?
And something has to change.
Losing time, gotta stay focused.
Because I'm losing time.
You won't get far if you don't stay open.
What if I take it too far?
Ooh,
215.
it's all in your head.
Yeah.
Don't let it get to you. It's all in your head.
I can feel he got a story to tell.
Set yourself free, my love.
I can feel he got a story to tell.
Set yourself free. My love.
He got a story to tell.
Set yourself free. My love.
I can feel he got a story to tell.
Set yourself free. My love.
I can feel he got a story to tell.
Set yourself free. My love.
I can feel he got a story to tell.
Set yourself free.
Black Thought, J.
My
Perry,
love.
Tiffany Boucher,
My love.
Dave Chappelle.
Oh, set yourself free.
This is a story to tell.
Let's begin now. Chapter 1.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. This is Jamel Hill reporting live from Rocksteady Park and one of New York City's most celebrated playground courts, where fans have gathered for a game certain to go down in basketball history. Playground legend, mixtape master J. Period versus multi-talented rising star Masego in a heated game of one-on-one. Today's game promises to be a study in contrast. Veteran versus rookie, fundamentals versus flash, family man versus ladies man, and a battle of the ages for on-court supremacy. I've seen it all, folks, but I have never seen anything quite like this. What a story to tell. So without further ado, let's go courtside for the action.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for an incredible matchup. On the one side of the court, we have the high-flying, the young phenom, the globe-trotting Masego. And on the other side of the court, the perennial all-star, the one and only J. Period. Let's go to the court, folks.
They got a problem, they gon' come to me. I got that answer like that number 3. That boy don't ball, that boy can't ball, he weak. Leave all them tricks and things up in the streets. Globe trotting, long leg, trash talk, future lit. Gone head, say globe trotting, long leg, trash talk, future lit. Gone head, bang bang.
What a spectacular move there from young Masego. This is truly a battle of the ages. On the one hand, the young phenom Masego is cutting, slashing, and taking the ball to the hole in spectacular fashion. On the other hand, J. Period, the wily veteran, training jumpers from every
Good
corner
morning and
of the
welcome
court.
to the Kennedy
Let's go back to
Center.
the action, folks.
We
I know you
acknowledge
know
that the
you
Kennedy
ain't gon'
Center
get the
is
stub.
located on the traditional land
I've been working
of
for
the
2-3
Lacrosse
summers,
and
bruh.
Piscataway peoples,
Don't
past
make
and
me
present.
hand you to the
In honor of
internet.
gratitude, the land
They'll
itself,
beam you up
and
and
the
push
people
you
who
out
have
the
been
door.
stewards of
Globe
this land
trotting,
throughout the
long
generations.
leg, trash talk.
Thank you for joining us for the 2022 Arts Summit. Please welcome DC's own Fly
Clap your hands, everybody. Clap your hands. Yo. Desire. Yo. Always stay optimistic. Pick up a mic whenever, never stop the fight. No matter the weather, miss black or white. Beginning together, never lose your sight. Because it's the pressure, it's a village. We gotta do it all for the better. There's no limits. Spread your wings, loosen your feathers. It's a feeling. The Chick-fil-A, it's my pleasure. Start the healing. Look within and find your treasure. Never say die. We plan to stay alive. Multiplying the wisdom we carry to survive. This is real life. Unemployment is on the rise. The government causes rumors, confusion, and spreading lies. These are real times. There's some thoughts that's on my mind. Trying to reach the people, so I play it in rhymes. Denying us is equal. Get away with a crime. Compliant is all elite there. If you're black in your prime, never say die. Never say die. Ultra black like Nas, illmatic when I spit it. My flow clean, so clean, custom fitted. All black, everything, Rhapsody, I did it. Sounds of black in a bath, I know you feel it. I write like Maya, lead like Harry. My truth like Ruth Ginsburg, forever carry. Inspire like Michelle, through our generation. Take over and prevail. For private education, we try and excel. To win your situation, you can never fail with the right determination. Do it well, time to tell, just be patient. The truest rule, rebel against the war that we're facing. Equality is basic, time to open arms, get in line, embrace it. Equality is basic, time to open arms, get in line, embrace it. Y'all still with me? Let's go. Dear DC. Dear DC. And this song is called Dear DC. Dear it's DC. About what happened to me and my family on election night, and I just want y'all to hear my story. Yeah, Dear DC. Dear DC. Dear DC. This is a letter from Z. I'm a witness. I can see what's going on. I hope you listen. Cause I'ma put it in my songs. I know the difference between what's right and what's wrong. This is business. We've been fighting for too long, man, what is this? I used to consider it my homie left me stranded. Now I'm feeling all alone and abandoned. From all the hate that you shown single-handed. Now you got me in a zone and it's handed. You can hear it in my tone, I'm demanding that you turn every stone misunderstanding. Causing hate to be thrown up from a branding. And it hurts to the bone, dear DC. Wave your hands, dear DC. This is a letter from C. Dear DC. I hope you listen to me. Yeah, dear DC. Dear DC. Dear DC. I hope you listen to me. Dear DC. I'm disappointed in the way that you treat the human being. We're supposed to be the leaders, but does that really mean? Supposed to be the freest of the free speech. What happened to the times the teachers really teach? What happened to the times when Hannah was in my reach? What happened to the times there was solo lie on the streets? What happened to the love that you promised to give each? Every one of us, but the contract feels breached. Dear DC, say it, dear DC. Dear DC. Yeah, dear DC. I always try to represent, but the city don't represent me. I try to be the best, but you fail to see what's in me. I try to feel less, but the stress is kinda heavy. But through it all, I gotta stay humble and be ready. But my will is strong, I'm soon to be a revolutionary. Never will I fall, fighting for all, I'm legendary. I really thought the people came first, not secondary. All the animosity in the streets unnecessary. All for nothing, but the least was pushing and shoving. Lost my family in the mix, we started running. Pull my little sis to the side, they kept coming. Now it's time I had to decide to do something. I just screamed, seeing daddy's on his knees. Mommy crying, circle, she crying, I'm yelling, please, this is not rehearsal. Just a moment that had to cease. My feelings are controversial, just a letter from Dear DC. Dear DC. Yeah, dear DC. Dear DC. I hope you hear me. Thank you everybody so much for coming out. Thank you to the Kennedy Center Arts Summit. And my Instagram is @fly.zaya, @fly.zyah. And give it up for my DJ. And his Instagram is Malcolm_X, Malcolm_X. Thank you.
Jay Perry with the story to tell.
Okay, is that the best way to start Monday morning? You know, we're all here because we care about arts and our children and our communities. And I just want to say thank you to the team for finding this beautiful young woman to start our morning. So thank you. Really brilliant. Thank you all for being here. My name is Deborah Rutter, and I have the amazing privilege to be the president of the Kennedy Center and to be a part of this larger community, both here in Washington, D.C. and around the country, and for all those people who are watching online around the country and perhaps around the world as well. So thank you all for being here. In addition to being the National Cultural Center, for which we are very proud, we are also the place where we believe heartily in arts education. I can't believe I'm saying this to all of you. You do too, right? And our education team is really dedicated to thinking about how people learn from the smallest age all the way to us old folks who are here, and how we can learn from one another, how we can teach one another, and how we can share with one another. So you are here as a part of that trajectory of work. So thank you so much for being a part of it. This is our 7th, not quite annual summit. Should be our 8th, but they did a great job in 21 doing it online over a number of different topics, over a number of different days. But it has been really great to see how this has evolved and changed and developed over all of these years. Thank you for those of you who have been with us all along. Thank you for sharing. And we hope that we'll be back to full strength next year when we do this again. This is particularly appropriate because this is our first time in the Reach. We were supposed to be in the Reach in the spring of 2020, soon after it opened. But I hope you, if you haven't been here before, I hope you have an opportunity to walk through the spaces and hear the stories of how and why we built it as we did, how we created this space to do exactly what it's doing so that it's in dark so we can see the slides and all of that, but how all of the other rooms are really meant to open up and provide that transparent, more porous experience between artist, creation of art, and those who might be observing it. It is a place for inclusivity, it's a place for exploration, it's a place for experimentation and celebration as well. So those are the themes of today, as well as really having conversation about what happens next. Our team has done a really beautiful job over the years of developing a cohort of colleagues across the country, our Citizen Artist Fellows, from whom I actually think we learn more from them than we can support them. They help us understand what's going on across the country. They help us understand why the need for artists at all kinds of different art forms, behaving and interacting at different levels within our communities. And you will see the art of some of our Citizen Artist Fellows around the building here. I hope you can identify them, free admission to next year's Art Summit if you can figure out where they all are. because they helped create this place in the first place, this place and the art in this place as well. So we have our Citizen Artist Fellows here. You'll meet them later. Members of our Next 50, a way in which we can celebrate and understand who the artists are who are leading us in the future. Cultural leaders come in all forms. They aren't just the ones who perform on our stages, but they create the environment in which we all live, work, and play. So today is going to be a great day. I say thank you in advance to Jordan Lasalle, who led the team, and I won't thank them now because I think you're going to thank them all, but I thank all of my team who helped put this together, as well as all of you for being here, and I look forward to this conversation. We'll see you shortly.
Hi, y'all. I'm Jordan Lasalle. I have the great honor of being the Vice President of Education here at the Kennedy Center, and I'm so happy to see all of you here today. Thank you for being here. Let's get things a little warmed up, yeah? So I was a middle school teacher, okay, I'll warn you, but we're not gonna get too cheesy. One thing is, over the last couple of years, I know that there have been some words and phrases that have absolutely run their course, and I am so tired of hearing and saying and using. We'll probably use them still throughout the day, but I just think we need to do like an exorcism of those words, right? So I want you to take a second, I want you to think of your word, like mine is gonna be pivoting because I'm so dizzy from pivoting. We've done so much pivoting, okay? And we're gonna just shout it out at the same time, okay? So think about your word, yeah? Got it? All right, on the count of 3, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, thank you. We can be done with that, okay? Now, another thing that has happened, right? Over Zoom, etc., we have like completely blurred the lines between work and personal. We know each other's pets, children, dirty laundry on the bed behind you, like everything is blurred. So I think let's move beyond what's on our name tags, and we're gonna do like a quick intro to the people around you based on something outside of that, right? So I'll go first and just tell you, I'm Jordan Lasalle. I'm an Italian-American, daughter of a fierce educator and a sensitive artist. I'm a sister, I'm a cool aunt, I hope. I'm a best friend, a love, a doggy mom, a lover of 90s hip hop and 80s sitcoms, and a lifelong cheerleader for the presence of arts in our everyday lives. Yeah. Your turn, right? So turn to somebody next to you, give an introduction. Let's go. Bring it on back. All right, y'all. I know, I let you free. Go wild, I know. Arts administrators gone wild. Don't make that joke, just kidding. Okay, thank you. Look at all that energy with that. It's like, you had to get it out, right? Let's go. All right, so let's talk through the day. Let's make sure you know what's going on, what we're doing. Okay, there is a digital program book. We are moving away from paper as much as possible around here. Come on. So there's the QR code in case you need it. You can just put your camera function on. If I'm in your way, let me know. All about that. Okay. And then let's talk through the day. So we are here this morning all together. We have an amazing series of conversations and performances for you that have already started, and we're just going to keep it going. We will have a small break, a little more conversation, all still in this room. Then we break for lunch. That can be, I'll talk you through it. I will not let you feel scattered and afraid, okay? We're in this together. There's lunch, and you can choose your own adventure of where to have that. And then we go into breakout sessions. There are 3 breakout sessions in 3 different rooms, and one is this one. And then we'll be back together, all of us here. And then afterwards, we move it over to the River Pavilion for a really lovely reception. Wow, I'm so excited about that because there's dim sum. It's going to be amazing. Okay, eye on the prize. All right, so I want to make sure you also know that throughout the day, there is a group of fabulous performers, Amy K. Bormet and her trio, drummer Angela Bethia, bassist Corinne Chapdelaine, and MC Dior Ashley Brown. Can you wave? They're in here. They're in here in the back. They're going to be with us throughout the day. They're going to be listening to what's going on and creating an anthem for us. So by the end of today, we will have that anthem to celebrate all together about what we've gone through. Okay, in a moment, we're going to hear more from Deborah and what's sure to be a wonderful conversation with the awesome Darren Walker. But first, we have a few quick words from the Art Summit's original muse, our Kennedy Center chairman, David Rubenstein, who couldn't be here today, but sent a video.
Hello, I'm David Rubenstein, and I have the privilege of serving as the chairman of the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. And on behalf of the Kennedy Center, I want to welcome you to our Art Summit. As you can see from my background, I am not at the Kennedy Center, and because of a conflict, I will not be able to join you today in person. However, I did want to welcome you and let you know how important the Art Summit is to me and to the Kennedy Center. The idea for an Art Summit was something that I thought of a few years ago, in fact, about 10 years ago or so, and I asked Michael Kaiser, then the president of the Kennedy Center, to see if he could organize the cultural leaders of our country to come together for a summit at the Kennedy Center. He did so, and since that time, the Kennedy Center's Art Summit has grown. Under Deborah Rutter's leadership, it has grown dramatically, and Deborah has done a spectacular job of making the Art Summit everything that I thought it could be. I want to thank Deborah for doing that. As I talk to you today, I just wanted you to think about 3 things. 1, how important it is that we have recovered from and are recovering from the pandemic of the last 2 years or so. It's been terrible for all the arts organizations in the United States and around the world. Hopefully, all of us are going to learn a lot from this and hopefully be better prepared for next time, but there's no perfect way to prepare for this. The Kennedy Center went dark for quite some time, as many of you probably did in your own organizations. We've now recovered. We are back in business, not quite what we were before, but we're getting there. And we're now proud that we are able to hold some of our signature events like the Kennedy Center Honors and the Mark Twain events, among many other things that we do at the Kennedy Center in the area of culture. Second point I wanted to convey to you is that I hope all of you recognize that while the political leaders in Washington, D.C., the members of the executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial branch have the constitutional authority to make certain decisions about how we are governed, the truth is all of them are influenced by our culture. And the people that influence our culture are our cultural leaders. You are among our most important cultural leaders in our country, and you have an enormous amount of influence in what happens in our country and how our executive and legislative and judicial branch members make their decisions. No doubt they're influenced by the culture and the cultural leadership. Related to that, I think President Kennedy recognized, and all of us do, that cultural leaders can have an incredible impact on society. Because in the end, what is society all about? It's about moving culture forward. And the people that move culture forward, who deal with not only cultural issues, but geopolitical issues, economic issues, social issues, these are people who are cultural leaders. And those of you who are cultural leaders who are attending today, and all the other cultural leaders in our country, have a responsibility, in my view, to speak up, to do things, and to make certain that we all know that when our cultural leaders are an important part of our society, they're not off to the side, but they are people that can really affect the way our society moves forward, and they should. Third point I wanted to make is that we are now in the process of celebrating our 50th anniversary of the Kennedy Center. hard to believe it's been 50 years since the Kennedy Center first opened. But in 50 years, we've become among the most important cultural centers in the world, and we intend to become even stronger over the next 50 years. Over the next 2 years or so, we want to strengthen our ability to get back from where we were in the pandemic, and we want to make certain that all of you have an opportunity to participate in events at the Kennedy Center, to learn from what we're doing here, and to teach us what we can do a better job of. So we are all ears. We're listening to what your ideas are. We hope you will enjoy the Kennedy Center Arts Summit. We hope you will feel that the leaders that we are presenting to you today, some of the next generation's leaders, are people that you will feel are great role models to be the next cultural leaders of our country, in addition to all of you who are already here in another capacity. So thank you all for coming. I'm sorry I can't be there, but I promise I'll be there next year, and I hope all of you will be there next year as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks, David. David has always encouraged us to remain open to thinking across traditional boundaries and imagining a really bright future. Another model of this kind of thinking is our first keynote speaker, Darren Walker, president of the Ford Foundation. Darren will open with a few words for us and then be joined by Deborah Rutter for a conversation. Darren?
Thank you, Jordan. Good morning. It is indeed a privilege for me and an honor to be a part of this summit. I want to thank you, Deborah, for your leadership, and thank all of you for making a commitment to be here today. It is true that we are celebrating 50 years of the Kennedy Center, and there's no doubt that the Kennedy Center is a national treasure. It honors, it inspires, and it aspires. It helps us to be aspirational. And it is not easy to be aspirational these days. There is darkness. It is easy to be dejected and depressed by what we see. And yet, we know that the answer to this, the solution, rests with artists and creatives like you. We also know that these difficult times have been particularly challenging for artists and creatives. In the social impact sector, arts nonprofits have suffered. There have been 3 times the level of joblessness among arts professionals than the larger economic system. And even the lucky artists who still worked, often faced working for less money. And of course, artists have had to endure attacks. We're seeing that today. Attacks on the arts across 26 states. Over 1,000 books have been banned from our public school libraries. Students are being kept from literary treasures like Toni Morrison's The Bluest Eye, John Steinbeck's Of Mice and Men, and Brian Stevenson's Just Mercy. For not the first time in history, a generation of artists are being censored, bullied, and intimidated. And yet we know that this will not sustain, because loss, repression, and inhumanity only make artists more urgently get to work, doing the work that art and artists do. The arts imbue in all of us a capacity to imagine a world not as it is, but the world we want to live in, the world we want our children and grandchildren to live in. It allows us to express ourselves with beauty, dignity, and grace. The arts cultivate in each of us a necessary and critically essential empathy and compassion to provide a space for that empathy and that compassion to be unleashed on the world, to connect us directly with our shared human experience. Yes, the arts brings us to tears, makes us laugh, opens up our minds to futures previously unforeseen. In other words, the arts can be seeds for change. And so that is in large part why we have gathered today among friends and colleagues to celebrate 50 years and to ask what is next. Now, I don't know the answer to that question, but I do believe that the answer lies in this room and in rooms like this among people who are committed to making this country better, but understand that in order to do that, we must urgently address the issues of justice, inequality, and inhumanity that we see among us. Artists can help us achieve that dream. Thank you so much, and Deborah, I'm looking forward to a little conversation.
Okay, now, 3 people who have been inspiring this morning. Thank you. I think I speak on behalf of everybody in this room and anybody who is involved with the arts or social justice issues, working in nonprofits, for our gratitude and respect and appreciation for what you have done at the Ford Foundation, what you have done as an individual leader, the way you have dedicated yourself and your time, not just in the last 2 years, but in your time as president, because it has been truly transformative. I think we could probably all spend all day in conversation with you.
But we only got 19 minutes, according to the, so let's get to it.
Exactly. Just in conversation, the last night I had, Sam, isn't it true, like inspirational observations about our communities, the structure of how decisions get made in our country, how the money flows. But we're not going to be able to talk about all of that. You can weave in as much as you'd like. The Ford Foundation has changed so much, not just in the last 2 years, but under your leadership. But then again, over the last couple of years. You know, this is a long-standing institution. It has a big history. I was going to give an adjective in there, but I won't. And it has traditions with its board, with prior leaders. Can you talk about your personal strength and what you believe it took from you to make the changes that you have? Because these have been very consequential. They have led the country, and they have led philanthropy in this country. And I think that we as arts administrators and artists can learn. If you could talk to us about where these ideas, where this came from within you to take this forward.
So thank you. I think what we have done at Ford these last 10 years have really been informed by a view that I brought a perspective about philanthropy. And I started at the Rockefeller Foundation, where we talked about Andrew Carnegie and John D. Rockefeller and Andrew Carnegie's 1889 seminal essay, The Gospel of Wealth, which really was the foundational document that rooted American philanthropy. And in that document, there's great talk about charity, generosity, strategic giving. I read a somewhat obscure document that Dr. Martin Luther King had in a short speech talked about philanthropy, and it had never been published when I found it. And in 1968, he said the following about philanthropy. Philanthropy is commendable, but it should not allow the philanthropist to overlook the economic injustice which makes philanthropy necessary. And so what Dr. King had to say was a different thing. He said yes to Carnegie and Rockefeller. Yes, your generosity and your charity is important and appreciated. But the true work of philanthropy must be not only generosity and charity, but dignity and justice. And so for the philanthropist to pursue justice requires a different orientation and a different analysis that brings you to issues of inequality, of root causes. So Carnegie and Rockefeller talked about the root causes of the problems they sought to solve, but they never mentioned race. They never mentioned gender discrimination, misogyny, cultural practices that create hierarchies, that render some people disadvantaged and compound the advantage of the already advantaged. And so we began our work with that analysis, and that led us to looking across so many areas, including the arts, and resolving that we needed to take a more equitable lens to our grant making. And that has certainly been consequential, because what that has done, for example, in the arts, has been to shift our focus more towards communities of color, arts organizations that serve and are led by people of color. It has meant that, as has been well documented and not always, well, let's just say sometimes criticized, we in our social bond grants, what equity looked like was organizations like the Kennedy Center getting smaller grants, as you know. And so let's just say Lincoln Center got $1 million, the Apollo got $7 million. New York City Ballet got $200,000, Dance Theater of Harlem got $7 million. And so what that did was, and I really have had to be clear, we love our large organizations. I'm on the board of Lincoln Center. I love Lincoln Center. But the Apollo does not have billionaires populating its board who can raise in one board meeting enough money to keep the doors open in the middle of a pandemic, the way we did at Lincoln Center. And so we have to take that analysis to the boardroom and to the trustees and have that conversation and say to people like you who are doing exemplary work, we want to support the kinds of work that you are doing like this. We want to encourage your own desire to make the Kennedy Center serve more people. You know, you and I have had many conversations about this in terms of your leadership and what your aspiration is for the Kennedy Center. And I want the Ford Foundation to be able to endorse that. But we're not going to endorse it at the level that we support some smaller organizations that need often deep technical support, technical assistance, that need capacity building. And so we have to do both of those things. We have to endorse and support and say to, as David said, to policymakers and others, the Kennedy Center and Lincoln Center matter. I want to be really clear because I was so many seemingly controversies, but another situation I was in was because someone said, well, we don't need these institutions. We could, if the Whitney Museum was burned down tomorrow, Black people shouldn't care. I challenged that and said, actually, Black people should care. If any of these institutions are being burned down, all of us should care, because that is not good. Now, that doesn't mean that the Whitney doesn't need to evolve and to listen and be an institution more responsive. But we need the Kennedy Center. We need the Whitney Museum as much as ever.
And some of you may know and some of you may not know, but the Ford Foundation has been really critically involved, critically in a positive way, involved with Turnaround Arts, which is our national program that helps serve the lowest performing schools, and also our social impact programming. So that you've been very thoughtful and very considerate. Now, you've been doing this for 10 years. Do you feel like there was an acceleration of understanding and commitment to this work from your board and others in just the last 2 years? Or did you see this coming all along?
Well, it's not like we were prescient or we saw it coming. I mean, but what was challenging for many of us, and so let's just say in philanthropy, so when the horrors and the murders of 2020 happened, in philanthropy, there was something of a panic in some foundations. And there was a panic because they had no capacity to do any analysis around race and equity. And so a lot of the conversations were, well, what are you going to be changing as a result of this? We weren't changing anything. We had a racial justice program. We had a program looking at issues of policing, at issues of over-incarceration, at explicit analysis of the way our criminal justice system was designed to lock up more black and brown people and poor white people. And so we really didn't change our programming, and we didn't change our strategy. And I think the lesson for philanthropy and what you started to see were people realizing just how insufficient and inadequate philanthropy, meaning particularly the large foundations and local foundations, et cetera, were to responding to this moment. Most institutions in America were. We were challenged. I mean, so it's not to say that, we had our own challenges around this moment and continue to be challenged. But at least we're now, the fact that race and racism is a challenge in our society, deniability is no longer an option. And I think that is what happened in 2020.
When you travel the country, are you seeing this conversation and this understanding true throughout the country, or do you see it more on the coasts? Do you see it in the big foundations? Do you see it? I'm just curious.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question, Deborah. And it's interesting because I was just in Jackson, Mississippi, because I have this really strong point of view, because I am a Southerner, that large foundations are often biased against the South, and 20 plus years has affirmed that for me. And so as president, one of the things I have done is really give a directive that we should be doing more work in the South and more work in the arts. So the reason I was in Jackson was because we supported really amazing exhibition that the curators came up with around migration and patterns of migration and what that meant for Black people and people in the South and people in the receiving communities. Anyway, it's a really interesting exhibition, but I was there and there was a very powerful conversation around these issues. And what became clear was just how hungry, particularly people of color and artists and people in small organizations are hungry for this kind of conversation and don't feel supported. I mean, I heard from some young sisters from Memphis, who were working in a grassroots situation, a Black feminist-led cultural organization, and it's really hard to do that work in the South. And again, I say that as a Southerner who loves this part of the country, and I'm a strong believer that, America can't be America if the South can't be America. And so we cannot simply live on the coast and it is critically important. So I think we've got to be having these conversations, and they're tough conversations in a lot of places.
I have about 84 things I need to ask you, only because I experience it here every day. The things people remember the Kennedy Center for are the Kennedy Center Honors and Mark Twain Prize. It's like, oh my gosh,
of course, but
Deborah,
when you think about the audiences, I'm going through this right now because as you know, I'm a trustee of the National Gallery. We were criticized because we postponed the Guston show, and part of the reason we postponed the Guston show was because people said, the imagery, they're Klansmen and there are other works, black men hanging from trees, whatever, but tough work. And some people said, shame on you for postponing that show because the audience will understand. Who's the audience? You expect, I mean, I know a lot of black folks who, when presented with that, aren't just gonna understand. So if the audience is the traditional audience, so the traditional audience and constituency for the Kennedy Center, that's what they want to hear about. The Kennedy Award, the Kennedy Center Awards, the Mark Twain Awards, because they are largely white, upper middle income, educated, and have proficiency and experience and cultural comfort with coming to big, primarily white institutions like the National Gallery of Art or the Kennedy Center. And so for that population, seeing something difficult on a wall of Klansmen and of, they understand it. You know, they can, it's, and I think if the audience that you're talking about is a more diverse audience, is audiences or communities that have actually been kept out of your institution, sometimes by design kept out. To appeal to that audience, you can't just say, oh, well, but the public will understand. Well, who's the public you're talking about? And so I think your frustration sometimes, you and I have talked about, I mean, is yes, it's the big marquee things that people want to come and spend, and you need that. I mean, this is the challenge, and we have to acknowledge why you're so good at your job. You've got to figure out, you've got to keep those people, and we need those people to buy the $100,000 tables at the gala and to be generous as they are. But often, those patrons don't have their eye on many of the things you have your eyes on, and this institution needs to have its eyes on to be excellent in the future. Right? Because the idea of excellence has evolved, and again, I say this as someone who loves the visual arts, the performing arts. I used to have big fights on the board of New York City Ballet because whenever I would press and talk about the lack of black dancers, excellence was always what was presented. And I remember in the conversation when Misty Copeland was promoted at ABT, sitting there in the midst of like this presentation on the demographics and why the ballet was going to be dead in 20 years if we didn't change things. I said, has anybody been across the plaza at Lincoln Center at the Metropolitan Opera House and seen when Misty Copeland dances? I mean, there are communities who have never been in the Metropolitan Opera House who went there, and nobody's going to tell me that Misty Copeland is not excellent.
So this is a great question. Some of these. There are so many different aspects of this to unpack, but the one I really want to explore is the discussion around excellence is one that I have been really itchy and uncomfortable with for a long time. I used to work at the Chicago Symphony, before that the Seattle Symphony, the Los Angeles Philharmonic, and there's always this question of, well, you can only get into the orchestra if you're good enough to get into the orchestra. This question of excellence is finally one that we are really all understanding. It's not about good or bad or how many home runs you hit. There's no way to actually quantify this. So excellence exists in all ways and has continued. It's just whether or not you are willing to actually see it and embrace it. So this conversation around excellence is finally taking hold, that we can embrace the idea that quality performance comes in all shapes, sizes, art forms, genre, etc. This is one of the really positive changes that has taken place, I think, over the last couple of years. There are a few others, I think, like that. We all have to work hard at keeping that conversation going, keeping that open door, open mind, open ear. Do you think, what do you see, because you're traveling the country, you're working amongst the trustees of the National Gallery, and you're working with young artists in the South. What are the other changes that you think that have come about in the last few years that we can work on sustaining because they're so important and that we have to keep central to the conversation, that we as arts leaders, whether as an artist or an administrator, what should we be thinking about?
Well, I think we have to acknowledge the history of who defines what is excellent, right? I mean, so I am clear in my head because I have been around the block enough. There was a time when I used to be outside of the room and imagine what was happening inside. And I now have a real view that is authentically because I'm in the room. So excellence has been defined by gatekeepers, critics. And so I like to talk very concretely. So there were art critics who decided in the 1960s that pop art and that abstract expressionism, and so let's just name like one of them, Clement Greenberg, who had a very strong point of view about a set of male white artists and a view that there couldn't be many women that, who were just that talented. And so look at someone like Lee Krasner. Well, she was a great artist, but her husband was Jackson Pollock. I mean, my gosh. I mean, well, actually, Lee Krasner's work was as good or better than her husband's. Now, here's what's happened since that time. Alma Thomas was invisible to the gatekeepers. This black woman teaching, and I think she was teaching at Shaw or Dunbar part-time and trying to make it as an artist and painting these beautiful, luminous abstract paintings, completely ignored. Now, yes, she got a little one-time show at the Whitney, but the gatekeepers, she was not worthy because the gatekeeper said she wasn't worthy. And so I think one thing that has to happen is we have to ask ourselves these questions. Who are the gatekeepers? Because the gatekeepers determine what is worthy, what is culturally, and this is why the gatekeepers need to change. And this is why the gatekeepers, I don't mean like in some terrible, I mean, we need to have diversity among our critics. We need to have diversity at our foundations. There is no doubt. I am not going to sort of play the kind of false humility to be, no, when you're the president of a major foundation, as you said, the Ford Foundation over many decades, for good and not so good, in the arts, has made clear what the priorities are. And you know that from with your background in symphony orchestra. I mean, the reason the Ford Foundation spent so much money in the 1960s on symphony orchestras, opera, ballet, was because the Ford Foundation at that time had a view that we had to be European and that American culture would be an American society if we excelled in those classical areas. We would be seen on the world stage as a great leader. That was the cultural strategy to that. Today, I think we understand that if we are to be seen as a great nation in the world, we have to represent truly who we are as a nation. And that in order for that to happen, we've got to invest in changing and evolving our institutions so that they can be better in excellence, in representing what is excellent. And there is no way a museum, a performing arts center can be excellent in the future and not be diverse. And unfortunately, I deeply regret that diversity was introduced in the public mind in that deeply regrettable Bakke versus the University of California decision where the court said, yes, we will accept black students with lower MCAT scores than white students in the name of diversity. And so that was how diversity was introduced into our public lexicon in this country, was a story that made national headlines where the Supreme Court said, in the name of diversity, people with less scores, well, African Americans with less scores can get into medical schools over white applicants with higher scores. So that's how diversity was introduced into the public mindset in this country. And we are still fighting that today. When what diversity really is about is excellence. And there is no doubt that when you go to a museum and you see, when you come to the Kennedy Center and you look at the calendar of events, that is excellence. And that is diversity. And that is this country in all its richness and complexity. And that is excellence. And so we need to affirm what excellence is in this country, and certainly affirm what you guys are doing here, because it truly is excellent, Deborah. Congratulations.
Well, my heart is full, and I think we could probably spend 3 more hours talking to this man.
I want to say that this is also inspiring me to remind ourselves, and so many of us in the room, the way we invest in the future gatekeepers. And that is making me feel like we're doing the right thing along those lines. Okay. And there's always, this is the lifelong work. Okay, hi. So now we are going to transition to a presentation format called the Long Conversation. Some of you who have attended art summits in the past may recognize this conversation relay of potent pairings. Each pair will chat for 12 minutes, then one member of the pair leaves, and we welcome a new person into the conversation. To keep us on time, because these conversations are so good, they also could go an hour each. Each pair is gonna hear a friendly when they have 1 minute left. It's friendly. It's friendly. No? Okay. I'll make a note for next year. And then, okay, so that's when they have 1 minute left. And then 2, when their time is wrapped, okay? So reminder that all the speaker bios are in that digital program. And we are so excited to start this off with our fabulous opening artist, Fly Zaya, joined by podcaster extraordinaire, Rebecca Cunningham. Come on up.
Okay, hi everyone. So this is Zaya.
Hi.
Zaya, who is Zaya? Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, Zaya, talking in third person. She's just a fun 10-year-old that likes to rap and help around the world and be an inspiration to young people, older people. She likes to do other stuff than rap. She likes to play lacrosse. She likes to take naps. And she's just an inspiration and a fun person that likes to help people.
So we got to see your performance this morning, and
yes,
it's very obvious that everyone loved everything that you had to say, and it was just so brilliant.
Thank you.
How did you get started doing that?
So it all started when I was 2. I started rapping when I was 2. And my dad was a rapper, and he just passed it down to me. And I used to listen to all of his songs all the time. And I guess it was just in my blood. Like, every time we turned on a song, I used to just bop back and forth and just go nuts when a song came on. And when I was 2, I came out with my first, kind of mini freestyle. It was called Peanut Butter.
Can we hear a little bit what peanut butter sounds like? Do you remember?
How does it start? Oh, yeah. Thinking out loud, I got HK on me right now. And I ain't talking about a Hash King record. I'm still the best baby in the game for the record. Yeah, this is real music coming from my soul. Soon I'ma find me a soul. It's no competition, young or old. Ask me how to do it. I don't tell a single soul. All my babies get up.
Okay. Wonderful. Who do you write your music for?
I mean, I write it for the people. I write it for the world. I write it for everyone to hear and take from it so they can want to do things out in the world and be an inspiration to other people. And honestly, I just write it for everybody. I write it so the president can hear it, the mayor can hear it, everybody, the important people can hear it so they can know that they need to do their job and that they need to help our city and just be good people.
So I heard you this morning in your song, you said, we're supposed to be the leaders. What does that really mean? Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. What does that really mean? What should they be doing?
They should be out and helping us, which they're not. They should be out helping and giving out to people and listening to what people have to say because they're not. And they're supposed to be the leaders. And like, what does that really mean? Because like they're not being the leaders they're supposed to be.
And the people come first, not secondary, right?
Yeah.
You also you write like Maya. What's the rest of that?
Lead like Harriet. My truth like Ruth Ginsburg, forever carry it.
So what do those women mean to you?
Well, I really look up to those women because they're such an inspiration. Like Harriet Tubman, she helped the slaves get away from the slave owners, and they're just amazing people in general, always being an inspiration to young girls and young people in general like me. And I've always looked up to them, wanting to be like them, and just being good people. I like good people.
What would, if you came to the Kennedy Center, what kind of art would you like to see?
Hip hop. I would like to see like type of old school stuff and more like some plays and like Hamilton plays where like they're rapping and singing and stuff. I like those types of plays and musicals. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Just like a lot of inspirational stuff.
And maybe you on stage too, huh?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
definitely.
What do grown-ups need to know from kids, about kids today?
They just need to listen to them more because some grown-ups think that just because they're kids, they don't know a lot, which some kids don't, which is true.
Some grown-ups don't, though, too.
But still, they also need to listen to their word, and because sometimes kids can have better ideas than grown-ups. And I feel like they need to include the youth more because they have good ideas too. And just because they're grown-ups and they know how to write, read, and do all that other stuff doesn't mean you have to like not include youth, and because we're the future.
And you make us feel really safe knowing that you're the future side.
Thank you.
Who else inspires you outside of Maya Angelou and Harriet Tubman?
I'll just say people in general. So I looked up to Michelle Obama, probably some like rappers and stuff. Rhapsody, Lauryn Hill, Queen Latifah, MC Lyte, Da Brat. There's a lot.
You're cool.
Thank you. else was at that show?
I got to meet your mom and dad yesterday. Yes. Can you tell me a little bit about them?
They're very cool. They're fun. They're very funny. They're fun to be around. They help me a lot with my raps and school and stuff. And they're just really fun people in general, always trying to get me on the right path, the road to success, and just always trying to make sure I'm good.
Tell me about lacrosse. How'd you get involved in that?
Oh, well, I started when I was at least 6, and then I stopped for a while, and then I came back. So I started last year, 2021. And it's very fun. It's very fun. I have a lot of friends in lacrosse. The coaches are cool. We get to play actual scrimmages, which is a game. And it's really fun. It's a really fun game. I don't think of it as competitive. I think of it as playing and fun, just hanging out and just doing fun stuff. And I like sports. I've done a lot of sports growing up, but I like lacrosse the most.
What has lacrosse taught you outside of, the fundamentals of sports? Is that too tough of a question?
No, I'm just thinking. It's probably taught me that besides doing rap, I can do other stuff, other sports and stuff. Because when I was a little bit younger, I used to think that you had to have one career and do that one thing for your whole life. But then I understood that you could do more than one thing. So now I want to be everything.
Like what?
So, yeah.
Like what? What else are you going to be?
So, I want to be a rapper, lacrosse player, a comedian, an actor, a judge or a lawyer, something like that. And I want to be a doctor. And I want to be, what was it? A DJ and a pianist.
Oh! Have you already started learning piano?
Well, I'm going to start learning, but not right now. I'm going to start learning if my mom can find a piano lesson place.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. What else do I have here? Okay. I don't know that we have it.
No, it's going to ding.
It's going to ding at us. Are you terrified? Okay, so I don't know that we have any kids in the audience today, but do you have any advice for kids? You do something that takes, I think, a lot of bravery, right? You get on stage and a lot of people get nervous. Do you have any advice for kids who might be interested in following a dream right now and not waiting until they're grown up?
Yeah. So honestly, I get very nervous. Thank you. It's not that forceful now. But honestly, I get very nervous when I get on stage. It doesn't seem like it, but I am. And what I do to not be nervous or take some of the butterflies out, I usually don't look at the crowd. I just look somewhere else. But always believe in yourself. Keep on going. No, doesn't matter what anybody says. Just keep on pushing, and you can do it. And always keep your head to the sky no matter what, and always stay optimistic.
I love that. I think that's a good place to stop. What do you think?
Yeah, that was fun.
Well, thank you, Zaya.
You're welcome.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Hi, Rebecca.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm okay. Pretty good. It's been a very exciting morning.
I know we got a chance to talk a little bit last night about what you do, but I'd love to hear a little bit more about your podcast. And can you tell me a little bit more about it?
Yeah, so I make podcasts for children. My main podcast is called Girl Tales, where we adapt fairy tales, myths, legends, folk tales, so that girls and non-binary kids are the heroes. And I've been doing that for 4 years, and I quit my day job Labor Day of 2021, and I do this full time. I make a bunch of podcasts now, and yeah, it's become my life.
What brought you to podcasting in particular?
That is a good question. So in 2016-ish, I was a theater director and a nanny. I don't know if there are any theater directors in the house, but it's tough. And you have to pay the bills, and directing usually doesn't do that. So I was nannying, I was taking care of a kid, and I call this the mac and cheese moment. I had to make him mac and cheese, and he was not having it. He wanted my full attention. I know parents, caretakers, you understand this, especially after the past 2 years. And I thought, you know what, I really like podcasts. And I was limited on how much screen. His parents said he can only have 20 minutes a day. Well, great, you're not with him for 7 hours, so okay. So I thought, okay, I really like podcasts. I'm going to turn this on. See if there's anything. And there's this thing called Stories Podcast popped up. He sat there for half an hour, and I made mac and cheese. And then I scrolled on my phone, and I listened to the story with him, and he didn't move a muscle. He loved it. And so I thought, I could do this. I mean, I know how to make theater. This is basically theater, but for your ears. But I put that in the back of my head and didn't know how to do it exactly, so it didn't happen. And then the election happened, and that was kind of my call to action. 2016 election. Yeah, that's where it all began. I thought, okay, I'm gonna make stories for kids, and that's where Girl Tales started. Yeah.
That's awesome. And I know that there's definitely this like understanding of why it's important to have podcasts around girls and non-binary folks. Is there a point at which you realized, oh, this is a gap that really needs to be filled? Is there like a moment, or was it just something that built up?
Oh, it builds up every single day. I get told constantly that we don't need this anymore. You know, I'm queer, so the content that we create not so, like, we just have queer characters in our stories, right? And I get told all the time that it's inappropriate by like parents who are turning on a feminist kids podcast where we're very clear about who we are, and that children aren't ready to hear about two moms or to hear about a kid who is non-binary. I get told that there are stories about powerful girls everywhere, when in fact the data says otherwise. Still today. So it's a constant, everyday thing. There's not one moment.
So, I mean, as a non-binary person, I know that a podcast like that when I was a kid would have changed a lot. You know, it would have given me a whole new perspective of the world. And so, like, it was like picturing little me. Like, when you're making your podcast, who are you picturing listening to it on the other side?
The first person, I'm going to talk about this later today. The first person I think of is me as a kid, okay? And what she needed to hear. What that would have meant for me if I heard a little queer girl in a story and hear that, like, she was just like doing normal everyday stuff and also solving problems and like going on adventures and all of that stuff. It would have changed my life. I would have never, considered suicide. I would have never like stayed in the closet for years crying every day. Like just one story would have changed that for me. So I think about her, and then my story is just one story, and it's not enough. So we hire different writers from all over, and that is the question I ask them. What is the story you needed to hear as a kid but never did? Please, 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 can you tell that story? And 10 times out of 10 it works, because there is a kid out there who needs to hear that story. Yeah.
Did you have a favorite story growing up, or one that you were really excited to retell, or one that you tell other people a lot now?
That's a good question. We haven't done it yet. I loved Pocahontas as a kid. And obviously then you grow up and you're like, wow, so much wrong. So yeah, we haven't quite adapted that one yet. I don't know that we will, but yeah, like that one stuck out with me. And yeah, I loved everything. I liked Beauty and the Beast. I liked Cinderella. I wanted to be them. And then you watch them as a grown-up and you're like, dear Lord, how did anyone write this and think, great messaging for kids? It'll sell. And they were right. So I mean, not great messaging, but it did sell. So, yeah.
And if there's, one episode of the podcast that you could recommend to like folks here, one that like means a lot to you, is there one you would want to share?
Yeah, I mean, because we're in DC, I don't know, many of you probably know her already, Lady Dane Figueroa Adidi. She wrote a story called The Quest for the Reed Marsh Daughter. And it's about a little black trans girl who goes with her mother on this like big journey to find her name. And it's just beautiful, and it is when we first started doing this. So the audio's not perfect, but it's just a really good story, and I highly recommend it. And Lady Jane Figueroa Adidi is brilliant and a DC person.
Thinking about this like large question of what's next, and how the work that you're doing now like fits into the world broadly, like what do you see as the role of storytelling via podcasts, via oral tradition, whatever it might be? What do you see the role of storytelling in this like shifting world we're in right now?
The world of, I think the word shifting is a good word to use. Is we have to shift, and we have to keep shifting and keep listening and making room and listening to our audience when they're holding us accountable, and listening to what they want to actually, for me, it's what they want to hear. And sometimes they're wrong, and you have to know when they're wrong. And a lot of the time they're right. And so, yeah, it's supposed to be a reflection of life, and so therefore, like storytellers have to listen first.
I'm thinking back to what you were saying earlier about like negative reactions to the podcast. How do you deal with that? Like knowing how important these stories are, how do you respond to people or engage with people who aren't, who are taking it badly?
At first, I cry sometimes because, so the first comment we got, like back in the day when nobody was listening to us, we got one parent who turned us on during their car ride. And they heard, there was a trans character in one of our stories. And they immediately turned it off. And all I kept thinking was the kid in the back seat. Goodness, now that kid knows how their parent feels about this. Did I just do harm? did I screw this up? And that's like something I think about every single day. How do I get these stories across and not do harm? And the responses, I mean, the thing, I just keep doing it, right? We just keep doing it. It is not just me. I've worked with like over 100 writers on this podcast now, and like hundreds of voiceover artists from literally all over. And the answer is we just keep doing it. Often I get the like request that we warn parents first that there will be LGBTQ plus characters, and my response to that is hell no. I'll never do that, because you don't need a warning about cis kids. You don't need a warning about anybody else, right? So we just keep doing it and hoping for the best, and keep constantly telling kids that they are beautiful just as they are. And yeah, I don't have all the answers, but that's what we just keep doing. Thank you.
I guess my last question is, what are you looking forward to in this work or with these stories? Is there anything that in particular you're just like really excited about happening soon?
There's so many gaps. Kids podcasting, I'm gonna talk about this later today too. There's like so much to do. This is the space to be in if you are interested in children's media. Right now, like if you look at like diversity in TV and girls, representation of girls in television and in movies, it sucks. And kids podcasting is moving that way, but there's a lot of space to change it. So like, I am so excited about audio, and I am so excited about kids podcasting, and like, you're not limited by gravity. So like, you can do whatever, and I just can't wait to see where it'll go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, Yvonne.
Hello.
Hi. I've been asked to first introduce myself.
Oh, I forgot to do
That's okay. And then I can't wait to talk with you in this format. But good morning, everyone. I'm really, really proud and honored to be here today. My name is Ceci Mendes Ortiz. I am the daughter of Moises and Yolanda Mendes. I wish they could be here today. I was talking with Zaya and her parents last night and saying, I wish I could have brought my parents here. I am coming from the lands of the Nipmuc, Massachusetts, and Pawtucket peoples, also known as Boston, Massachusetts, where I work at the Massachusetts College of Art and Design, directing a center that we'll talk about more in a little bit, but that's just a little bit about me. And I would love, Yvonne, for you to please introduce yourself to this amazing room.
Hi all, so sorry I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Yvonne Mahesh. I use they, them pronouns. I am originally from the Seattle area on Duwamish lands, and currently a student in Rochester, New York on Seneca lands. I am the programs director at Student Voice, a by students for students nonprofit.
Awesome. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk with you and your friend Ayana last night at dinner. And I want to ask you really big questions about, from where you sit and what you've learned through these last couple of years, how we all go about creating the world and the worlds that we want to live in. And yet there might be some scaffolded steps to that first, because I think I would love to hear again and for you to share more about student voice and the work that you're doing around educational justice.
Of course. So, like I said, Student Voice is a by students for students organization. We're about 15 college students all across the US, and we work directly with high school students, largely from public schools, on advancing their skills in organizing and storytelling around education justice. We are a national organization who works with young people on these very hyper-local issues. So rather than working to address a particular policy agenda, our goal is specifically to support and train students as experts in their own experience and their local educations to be able to develop the skills and get the resources needed to advance education justice. So we do this through storytelling and organizing training, and I've been doing that with Student Voice for about 3 years now, and it's the best thing in the world. I love high school students.
Can you talk about that love? Can you talk about why high school students and why young people, and what role that perhaps mentorship has played for you in your life?
Absolutely. I say I love high school students. I'm not that far off. I'm 21. But yeah, I had a kind of, I think I said this word to you last night, I had a kind of cold education experience for a lot of my upbringing. When I was in 10th grade, I switched to a project-based learning high school, which was a complete cultural shift, and it was amazing, and I really loved it. And I realized like what the joy of like a purposeful education could feel like. And even with this joy of a purposeful education, there was still so much injustice in my school and in my district and in my state. And so that sort of got me wanting to continue work in education justice. But over the past 3 years, as I've been in college and been working with high school students, I'm constantly surprised at or maybe not surprised, but I'm constantly excited and elated by the energy and the optimism and drive of the students that I work with. I think there's something so grounding in like the joyfulness of being on a call with 15 students who say like, I know that things aren't great right now, but I can see clearly in my head a future that I want, and like this unrelenting like willingness to work towards that future. It's so grounding and makes me feel so connected to the world in a world where, as I left my high school environment, less and less people have that optimism that I like. Less and less people that I meet have that optimism and that willingness to work towards like such a bright future. And consistently every year I'm meeting 15-year-olds who have like huge visions and like no qualms about working towards those visions.
So the young people, a little younger than you, a bit younger than you, are really fueling that fire of optimism that Zaya talked about. That
yes,
yeah,
absolutely. And yeah, I think that's why I think everything that I do in my life tends to like try to shift the focus back to young people, especially as I am more and more in like adult-centered environments. The importance of pulling those decision-making spaces back to young people is so important, because there is no adult here who knows what it's like to be a student, like a high school student during COVID. There just isn't. And that experience is so unique and still very different across all students. But every year, as the world, like I was saying earlier, like is shifting so rapidly, there's like more and more need to draw decision making and listening back to where young people are.
Can you talk a little bit more about that? It sounds like your work with the young people when you're with them is, it fuels your spirit, your fire, your energy, that connection. You also describe this work where reminding older folks, reminding the adults that we really need to listen to the younger people. What is that work like for you? How do you see that as part of the greater whole?
Yeah, I think really tangibly what that work looks like is when I'm working with high school students and we're talking about like how do I engage with decision makers at my school board level, maybe, we do a lot of figuring out how do we, like when I'm working with school board members, setting up these spaces that don't expect these very constrictive, often like I'm trying to find the word, but I'm losing it. These very constrictive like ideas of professionalism and being an adult, and they're often very like, these are often standards imposed by like white and wealthy people to students who are mostly students of color and like low income that we're working with. And so a lot of the work very tangibly looks like teaching adults how to create spaces that don't enforce those sorts of standards of professionalism, but also teaching young people to sort of flip the script and how do we create youth-centered spaces to bring adults into, rather than having to, like, we don't want, students shouldn't have to change to fit adults. It should be the other way around, especially when we're talking about education justice and school level and school district level work. Like, it should be the other way around. And so that's, like, concretely, that's what a lot of that work looks like in my life.
I can relate to a lot of what you're saying. I mean, so much resonates, but especially being, you know, my work is housed at a university, and there's been a shift in a conversation around what it is to be a college-ready student as compared to a student-ready campus, for example, and really, like you said, flipping the script on ways that that are so dominant and too easy sometimes to subconsciously accept as the way things are. Yeah. Can you share a story or give an example of something like that, the way that you are able to, either in collaboration with young people, flip that script, create that space, proactively design the energy and the physical space of a place of gathering?
Absolutely. We work nationally, so honestly, even pre-COVID, a lot of my work has been remote, and so that has been its own, like, what do we expect for people, especially young people, to do on Zoom with, like, regards to cameras being on and or off, or wearing professional attire, you know, or can students show up in hoodies and t-shirts? But right now, I'm working with a really amazing group of students in Kansas City who are hosting a panel. They've been doing participatory action research around two topics: student involvement in policy and policy making, and student involvement in, the other topic is around education inequality and unequal access to opportunities in their schools. And they're curating a space, which I believe is going to be in person soon, to share their findings with adults from their district and school leaders. And so last night, actually, we were in conversation with these students about creating this, the phrase we're using is like counter-staging, of creating spaces that, not a phrase we made up, it's like in research, but you know, how are we going to build a space that allows for young people to actively lead and not even have an adult facilitator, but have young people from start to end deciding what's happening and leading, and it can be really intimidating. So another part of what we do is like confidence training, because you know, it's something that I needed when I was in high school and also into college doing this work, and it's not something that is taught to young people, is how to be confident in front of adults or in front of people who have more power than you, and so that's been a lot of our focus recently.
Beautiful, thank you so much. Is there anything that you have, well, I'm sure there's lots of things, but I was struck also last night when we were talking that so much of your work, because it's national in scope, you and your collaborators, working with your collaborators who are the young people, are all over the country. And so, you know, joke on the word pivot, definitely that resonated a lot. But you know, you didn't have to pivot necessarily in that way because you were already working virtually. But what do you see as, what's your biggest vision or goal or hope from this work as you continue to do this work nationally?
I think that digital organizing is something that has existed for as long as there's been space to do it online and will continue to exist. One thing that we found really positive about digital organizing is that our ability to include students with disabilities and like disabled students and students who are chronically ill, like it's really, really helpful in like reaching a broad number of students, and it also is limiting in not being able to reach students who don't have access to reliable internet or devices. And so it's, I think it's definitely such a useful method of of organizing and has been so like tangibly useful to us in the past 2 years and the past 10 years that Student Voices existed, but is one of many tools, and we're hoping that we can continue to like meet in person in the future. But you know, it's been really hard with COVID to get students to do a 1 hour Zoom in the evening after doing 10 hours of Zoom during the day. So it's presented its own challenges even after the COVID switch, but has been an invaluable tool for us the entire time we've been doing this work.
Thank you so much for your work
Thank
in the
you.
world, Yvonne.
We'll talk more later.
Thank you so much, and I'd love to welcome Salma Perez to the stage.
Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Hola. Hola, Salma.
Hola, buenos días. I'm going to go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Salma Perez Xochitl. I am indigenous Zapoteca. My roots come from the mountains of Oaxaca. On my mother's side, I'm Mixteca from the coast, and on my father's side, I am Zapoteca from deep in the mountains, so coastal and also just mountain terrain and cold mixed with hot. I'm a college student, and I work with 3 different organizations, grassroots organizations. I went to a K-12 charter school that focuses on higher education, academic excellence, and the curriculum embedded with indigenous and Native American culture and traditions and ceremonies and practices.
Beautiful. It's so good to see you.
Likewise. I know we didn't really get to chat last night, so I'm definitely, yes, I'm so excited. Go ahead and share a little bit about yourself. I read your bio, but I'm definitely curious to know how you bridge education and artistry.
Thank you, Salma. So, as I shared earlier, my name is Ceci. I actually think that a lot of my passions and my love and my work in the world, and oftentimes those are the same things. They hold hands, they overlap, they're blurry. And as was mentioned, work and passion and life and love got all mixed up these last couple years. But, you know, the intersection of where art and community and education for me really originated with my parents. My mom left the science field to become a craftsperson, and my father is still is an engineer, and we traveled throughout all of my younger years growing up, going to craft shows throughout New England, and there, you know, selling the things that we made to make a living. So the arts were actually a viable economic pathway. Even though my father was an engineer, for example, the appreciation for the arts, the ability to create something that didn't exist before your mind met your heart, met your hand, was so powerful. I have, you know, just very early experiences of the process of creation and how revolutionary that is. And all my work in the world has really brought together education, that of my own, of others, artistry, community building, ultimately. And when I really think about this question, I really think about love, because I feel like creating community, love is absolutely necessary for that. And I don't mean necessarily love of like rainbows and unicorns and butterflies, which are all fabulous. Love rainbows and unicorns and butterflies, but love that is vulnerable, and love that has critique, and love like the kind that Yvonne was talking about, and love that is really about connecting deeply with other humans. Yeah.
That kind of reminds me of reciprocity and how we give to one another. I know that's something that I grew up learning, I'm curious to know how you've witnessed reciprocity either in your personal life or especially in higher education in the academic space.
Absolutely. So much, thank you for that question. So much about what's been shared today. I mean, especially when Mr. Darren Walker was talking with Yvonne about, creating spaces that, or creating pathways or creating ways of being and seeing that are reciprocal and that do challenge the dominant status quo, or perhaps the ways that spaces were when we first walked into them. One of the ways that I do that is at MassArt, which is a public university. It's the first public state-supported independent college of art and design in the US. And it's almost 150 years old. And I'm the executive director of MassArt's Center for Art and Community Partnerships. And so our mission, our values are rooted in love and generosity and listening. Number 1, 2, and 3, or maybe it's 2, 3, 1, or 3, 2, 1, or those as a really the roots of the way that we make work with our communities. So to be sort of tangible about it, we do this in a lot of different ways. We are the home of something called Spark the Artmobile, which is literally a mobile arts vehicle that we use to transport supplies and materials to our collaborator and partner sites. And we're really about creating community through the arts and design. Mr. Walker talked a lot about how the arts are the seeds of so many things. And so we're really about, and often in public spaces, bringing access to the arts so that people can experience and have that, just that power. I'm using power specifically here, but that power of creation, because when we understand that we can bring something to life and bring something to being, we can be agents of change. So a lot of our work, whether it's Spark the Artmobile or our student employment program, that really brings together young people's passions and skills and interests with the expertise in our communities through leaders, through young people, through business owners, to bring about the kind of change that we want to see in the world.
Thank you for that. Another question that comes to mind is definitely around the part that healing plays in art. And I'm curious to know what healing means to you and your art and the work that you do.
Thank you for that question. There's so much, I think, about the arts that also, that once we explore through our creative ways, can also bring up a lot of pain, can bring up a lot of trauma. And I think that a lot of that, doing this work, there's a certain responsibility, and part of that I mean an ability to respond, as well as an accountability to make sure that when and how we are really getting to that creative space that bring up trauma, for example, and or paint the picture of the future worlds that we want to build, that space is a space of caring, right? So again, Yvonne talked about, it just really resonated with the kind of spaces created. So I think love, with respect to healing, comes through these forms, right? When we set up a space to work in and with our community, what does that space feel like? What do we want it to feel like? What do we want the humans entering that space to feel? We want them to feel radically welcomed. We want them to feel like they belong. We want them to feel like we all deserve to be there. We want them to feel, again, the word radical, just at the root, just deeply invited to share and create. And I think that setting the conditions for spaces like that, and I'm talking about sort of, public art events and experiences, but I can also apply that to spaces like staff meetings and boardroom meetings and spaces where people may not feel comfortable and or where there may be lots of trauma, individual and collective. But how do we, again, to use what Yvonne said, flip the script on that and be proactive about creating the sorts of spaces that we want to occupy, and that we don't just have to survive. The whole survival, thrival, where can we actually thrive in healing spaces together? And I think coming through the other side of those sorts of things is also jubilation and celebration, and the really positive things that come from being proactive as healers in our communities.
Thank you. The word radical, I'm definitely curious to know what role that's played in your life. I know that's something that was always a term that I grew up hearing and learning about.
Well, more recently, and maybe I'd like to share a little bit as well. In addition to the work that I do with and in my communities at Massard and in Boston, I'm co-director of a re-granting program called Radical Imagination for Racial Justice in Boston. So part of this is funded through the Surdna Foundation, and it was also interesting hearing Mr. Walker's talk about foundations and philanthropy, the challenges, the risks, the trauma of that. So as co-director and sort of co-builder of this, we're one of 11 sites throughout the country that was funded by Surdna. And along with my fabulous wife, Chandra, and colleague who's here today, loving support, and also our colleagues at the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture in the city of Boston, we set out to build a program that as many people, as many artists and creatives and culture bearers, and maybe even people who don't define themselves as artists, because I think sometimes that word can sometimes be a barrier as well. There are so many creative people who don't necessarily recognize themselves as such. And to radically create a process that felt radically welcoming so that people could see themselves in this opportunity to realize their visions for racial justice in collaboration with their communities. That's what the funding was for. And so we did a lot of things that were very challenging working in a state bureaucratic institution that felt radical. How do you do that? These constant tensions of, I work at a university, I work for the state, and I want to work in community with folks to do something radical. And a lot of that meant, again, thinking about radical as being from the root. And who was it? This was specifically is a program for BIPOC, Black, self-identifying Black, Indigenous, and people of color who want to make change around racial justice in and with their communities. So we created a very community-driven process that I think that bell is gonna go off again. So I'm happy to talk with anybody, anytime about any of this. But a process, again, where people felt included and called to be their full selves and bring their full selves in space. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello.
Hey. I'm really excited to get to talk with you. My name is Adrian Marie Brown, and I live in the land now of the Lumbee peoples, also known as Durham, North Carolina. I just moved there from Detroit last year. And I would say my job in the world is growing ideas in public. I love growing ideas in public. So I've grown the idea of emergent strategy, or how we get in right relationship with change. I've grown the idea of pleasure activism and how we make justice and liberation feel so good. I'm into abolition. I'm into post-nationalism. So y'all can come fuck with me later. So I want to tell you, I'm so geeked out to talk with you because I spent 25 years as a movement worker, and so much of the example that I always looked at was like, the Zapatistas did this, and we could do this, y'all. Like, we could really get free. We could be sovereign. We could actually live outside of the limitations of this concept of nation. So you grew up inside of that realm, and I think the first thing I want to ask you is, what does home mean to you? Like, what does it mean to grow up from that soil?
Well, thank you for that question. I know for me, for my parents, it was really important that I was born and raised in Los Angeles, but they would made it a point from a very young age, I think 3 years old, to take me back to Oaxaca every time we could. I would even study out in Oaxaca when I was in elementary school. I would take my winter breaks were 3 weeks, but I would go to Oaxaca and stay there for 3 months, and then I would go to school there. But because of the school that I was in, which is a K through 12 institution that is charter, and we had the ability to create our own curriculum, and we essentially were able to work together, and we were able to make something like that happen, where I could go to Oaxaca and still take classes out there, but still somehow connected to my classes back in Los Angeles. So home for me is definitely being in my homelands, my parents' homelands, working with the soil. That's definitely when I feel the most grounded, especially growing up in an urban city like Los Angeles. Anytime I can just step on the grass, go to a park, or yeah, that's definitely home. I think another space that feels like home to me has definitely been the school that I grew up in, as well as the community there, my friends. For me, sometimes home translates to just feeling safe and held. As I've gotten older, I've come to understand what being held means and what it means to hold others. Really tuning into the depth of empathy and compassion, and making sure that that is something that I carry within my friendships, within every group that I'm in, every space, every community. So for me, home is definitely being held and feeling seen, and being able to see others.
I love that. And I brought my phone because Auntie's getting up there in age. But since I'm holding my phone, I also want to just say, I've heard a few phone rings, and the silence button is on the side of all phones. And you can just turn it to silent so it doesn't ring anymore. Just want to let you know. All right. So for those who may not know, Zapatista History, right, it was a 10-year organizing campaign that came to a head in 1994 that was really about door knocking and conversations and just building a shared vision with people, right? That like, we could be free. What do you think about that? We could have sovereignty. This world belongs to us. A question I have for you is, we're in this nation right now, in the US, and there's a lot of divisiveness. And we keep being like, how do we fight and dominate each other to be the winner? Do you think that there's something possible of secession or sovereignty movement in the US?
I do.
Tell me about that.
Yeah.
I want to do it.
I mean, yeah. So I like to think that there is this post-world where we are working with one another in collaboration in a way that we haven't seen before. But I think that was already happening thousands of years before, especially when I think about the way that communities have interacted with one another prior colonization, prior 1492. I think sometimes there's visions and dreams where we could see that world. I think sometimes I think about what the land looks like before. Everywhere I go, that's such a question and a thought that is constantly on my mind. And now in this modern world, contemporary, I kind of see it like, well, that means protecting the environment. That means really honing in on what it is that we have at the moment, and really autonomy, sharing and learning about what autonomy and sovereignty means. definitely addressing generational trauma will definitely, I think, be a pathway to bridging communities in a way that we haven't seen before. And I mean, the political systems at play, we can trace back to the way that things were being ran in different tribal communities all across the globe. And I think sometimes we forget that indigenous communities aren't just Latin America, South America, Central America, or North America, but it's a really global community. There's indigenous folks all across the globe. I've been lucky to be a part of the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. The first time I went as a participant was in 2013. I was 16. And that was the first time that I really was able to be in community with other indigenous folks and really see the parallels in our communities and talk about what we envision and what that looks like. The UN Permanent Forum is actually taking place right now in New York.
And you would be there probably if you weren't here. I love that you have 12 careers already. It's exciting to me that you're living so actively. And I want to thank you for uplifting that idea that indigeneity is actually a global setting. And you know, one of the things that always helps me feel healed, because I come from a displaced people, is, you know, I remember asking an indigenous teacher once, like, I don't have an indigenous story. And she's like, no, that is your indigenous story, is that you have peoples who were rooted and tethered to the earth and responsible for stewarding it, and you were displaced from that. And now you have to find your way back into right relationship with the earth. And I feel like that's what we all need to be doing. And I want to shout out my friend Michaela. Michaela is sitting right here in the front row. She's a whale singer. And she goes to Brazil, she sings to the whales, they sing back to her. And go talk to her, y'all. But one of the things the whales have been telling us is we are one, right? We need to return to thinking of ourselves as one entity on, you know, this earth, all of it, we're interconnected. I see that in your work. I wanted to ask you about the three organizations that you're part of, and I won't even ask you how you balance your schedule and your life. We can talk about that later, but what is it about these three organizations that feel like you have to give them your precious life energy right now?
I'm definitely passionate about equity and education. I think that was really because of the education that I received. I see how powerful it is to create safe environments where students feel nurtured. So the first organization that I work with is Our Turn. It's a nonprofit national organization. So we have coalitions in different cities like Los Angeles, New York, North Carolina, Denver. I'm probably missing a few more cities, but that work is rooted in training students similar to Student Voice, definitely storytelling and sharing our experiences, but also gearing them with the tools needed to be in conversations with their board districts, with the Department of Education, policy, funding. I think funding really reflects where our values are. So I think as young people, we're not really taught or giving the tools or the language to even be in board meetings. And from my experience going to a charter school, we constantly had to be fighting for the right to exist. Because we had such a different curriculum, 100% graduation rates, just did things very differently. We were always faced with opposition, even though we were doing great work and are still doing great work. But every 5 years, the charter renewal process was something that we had to take on. And I was just always one of those students that was involved in listening and really wanting to understand what this process was like. So I was lucky enough to be surrounded by adults and parents that supported that and given us the tools to get on a board meeting and, you know, schedule meetings with different political officials and lobbying, but not because we want to, but because of out of necessity. So for me now is important to be able to share that knowledge and tools with others. The other organization that I work with is called Cielo, and that stands for Comunidades Indígenas en Liderazgo. It's a women-led nonprofit out in South Los Angeles, and they focus on serving indigenous communities, especially immigrant communities. And so I work with their indigenous language interpretation programming. So we provide indigenous language interpretation to folks that are in detention centers, children. So I'm more on the back end, assisting, coordinating the calls of interpreters. We recently just had a Nationals Interpreters Conference where we got to fly in interpreters. So.
And there's one more, right?
Oh, yes. I also work alongside the school that I grew up in called Anahuacalmecac, or Semillas Community Schools. There I was in the classroom, but recently took on a different project with Amazon Prime as a staff writer for an upcoming TV show. So I kind of had to pause there, but my work with them has been since I was like 5 years old till now, working with the students, but then any other forums that they might need me, I'm always there. The United Nations Permanent Forum, that's definitely the work that I do with them. Yeah.
Anything I didn't ask that you need to tell them?
That's such a good question. I think we're at time.
I think we're at time too. It's time to do all the organizing and all the brilliant work that you're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. We're going to pause the long conversation. Reminder that for more of Adrienne Marie Brown, she's going to be in one of the breakouts this afternoon, so you can get even more time with her, which, if you're like me, you're constantly craving. Okay. We're pausing here so that we can bring up our next presenter, Lisa Richards-Toney, who is the president and CEO of the Association of Performing Arts Professionals. Please welcome Lisa.
Mask relief. Good morning, colleagues, friends. It's my pleasure to join you for this very special day we have together. I want to thank Deborah. Thank you, Deborah. And I also want to thank Jordan for their invitation for me to be here. I also extend my appreciation to all of the Kennedy Center staff who are working really hard, tirelessly, so that we can have the experience. And for the first time, coming together like this, it's like new practice, right? You're doing a great job. I also would like to thank my staff. Many of them are actually here today. And without them, I definitely wouldn't be prepared to be here with you today. Thank you for your partnership. I see them now. We are stronger together. I appreciate it. So it's these kind of events, these summits, right? Like we're gathered here today, that are needed now more than ever. If ever there was a time to make space for the curious and the courageous, to figure out where we are headed as a family of arts professionals and why, and to pick each other's brains to determine just how we will get there, it is now. In these spaces, we are making time to listen, reflect, mark our past, dream, and chart our future. At the Association of Performing Arts Professionals, where I serve as president and CEO, we have for 65 years created a similar kind of space. Not this cool, but somewhat like this. To convene performing arts professionals to network, conduct business, and educate, develop skills, all with the purpose of ensuring a robust and thriving presenting, booking, and touring industry. This is the core mission of our work at APAP, to create space for performing arts professionals across the country to cultivate careers, both nascent and seasoned, and to make the business of the arts happen. APAP both serves performing arts workers and as a membership organization, APAP is a big part of the performing arts workforce. Thankfully, we as a field collectively have now begun to turn our attention to our workforce and recognize that arts workers are the backbone of this industry. The pandemic forced us to reckon with many things, and as we make the case to ensure our fields come back, we are forced to reckon with our workers, our workforce. We are worth fighting for. First, let's talk about our economic impact. We're getting pretty good at making the case that the arts and culture create jobs and fuel businesses. Reviewing a few facts. The arts and culture sector employs 5.2 million Americans and contributes $919 billion to our American economy. The pandemic has had a catastrophic impact on live events, with a $550 million decline in ticket admissions, resulting in 55% of workers losing their jobs. While the Shuttered Venues Operating Grant, or SVOG, enacted by Congress was a lifeline and delivered more than $16 billion to our businesses to stave off permanent closure, not everyone was saved. Most businesses are still in recovery. 24% of our workforce remains unemployed or furloughed. While essential for many, the relief revealed the widespread need for additional and regular small business support of the live events industry to keep our doors open and our workers employed. While our industry is a driver of economic growth in our communities, our industry seems to have under-delivered economic security for arts workers. Remember all the work we did on the creative economy. Remember? Good on us, but did it really benefit us? I mean our people. So what's next? I have to say this whole conundrum of the industry comeback is taking me down a rabbit hole, wanting to learn more about the systemic issues responsible for our plight and the harm it has caused. Is it our reliance on patronage for capital and our bare bones reserves that got us here? Is it our reliance on a disproportionate number of gig workers? Is it the lack of arts offerings in our schools and the loss of that extra boost to our children's emotional intelligence, critical thinking skills, and pro-social behavior that would foster curiosity over banning? Or is it our own lack of imagination? It's not my problem. It's not your problem. It's our problem. Thank you, Daniel Bernard Romaine. While there is surely an economic impact study to share here, there is another equally powerful story. Our work, both its process and output, strikes at the heart of what people need to live an intentional and purpose-driven life, which has been amplified over the last 2 years. At our best, what we do in the live performing arts creates space for dialogue over dissonance, models cultural inclusion over heated exchange. We don't simply show another point of view, we lay it bare for audiences, they're our people too, and invite them to be enveloped by the layered, multilingual experience that stays with them long after they've left our venues. We seed power in theaters when we honor the quiet listening and bellyful laughter that drowns out the noise of misinformation and extremism. We seed power in dance studios when we give space for the electrifying strength and, yes, the wafts of sweat that surge and loosen the stiff and seemingly uncrossable lines that divide us. We seed power when we are drawn in by the jubilant harmony lifted by the conductor, not the loud blare of tempers on talk shows. We seed power to give voice to the everyday and value every being and bend the political will toward justice. It is us, people, us. It is what we do. We are our own best, and the world needs our best. And when we talk about valuing everyone, we need to start right here at home, calling all of us, performers, writers, choreographers, conductors, directors, designers, technicians, managers, you know who you are. All of us managing in this field, let's commit to a vision for leading with our people first. It's not just the production that we're working to achieve. We've got to big it out, if you will. Think about what we do on a macro level. Why not do this for ourselves? After all, we do it for our audiences. We embolden our audiences to see themselves as part of a whole. That's humanity. We help them to courageously imagine what is possible and the human being's leading role. Let's do that for our arts workers. I will tell you what I'm doing in my own organization. I am paying more attention to our people. Let's take the Arts Forward grant, a re-granting program at APAP thanks to the Mellon Foundation that is meant to fuel more equitable relationships between presenters and artists. It's been well received, and it has brokered a refreshed approach to equity. Then there's the Arts Work Life podcast. This is brand new. That will soon feature the life and work experiences of arts workers. Most people don't know what we do, you know. They can't even explain it. Let's change that. And if you are in a position of privilege, I invite you to do the same. We need our people, our arts workers, and it goes two ways. They, you, me, we, our arts workers, we need to show them proof. Let's start by ensuring that our workplaces and work cultures are humanity-centered and anti-racist, that they are not threatened by diversity in all its forms, but rather safer spaces to deepen understanding and appreciation for the multiple identities and experiences that make up a dynamic human condition. That they make inclusion and belonging more than buzzwords in a pledge. And since we're on the topic of pledges, we have one at APAP. The 10-20-30 pledge is a charge for the field to commit to racial equity, diversity, and inclusion. In short, we are inviting those working in the performing arts field to consider the positive change that it can make over a 10-year period by building a more sustainably inclusive operation in which 20% of programming or content authentically reflects the diversity of our communities, and 30% of the operation budget does as well. The platform we provide at APAP through our professional development and other programming is meant to increase awareness of this important reckoning within our field and provide support for arts leaders to achieve the business goals that center equitable structures, practices, and strategies, ensuring that all these newly invited people, these new projects and processes are truly welcomed and have staying power. Won't you join us? How could you not? Even if you are there already, join us as a role model for others. You can Google it, 10/20/30 Pledge, sign your name and that of your organization. We have been living and operating in this liminal space for some time now. What's unique about this space is that it has infinite room and infinite possibility. A space where our collective power can shine. While some, and me too, feel it's unsettling, it's hard to sleep at night when you're in charge in this environment. It's okay though. We can do hard things. We can do hard things. What is beautiful is the reckoning. Masters of social protests, we know how to call our people in so that we can call it out. When we match that fierceness with each of our missions, our organizing, and our actions, we are bad. We are. As evidenced by the Performing Arts Managers and Agents Coalition, the Performing Arts Alliance, National Independent Venue Association, National Independent Talent Organization, Americans for the Arts, Be an Arts Hero, Arts Workers, hashtag Arts Workers Unite, the Coalition of Performing Arts Art Centers, Culture at 3, League of American Orchestras, TCG, Dance USA, Opera America, et cetera, et cetera. There's too many. You know who you are. And so many more advocates at both the federal and state level, and my incredible team at APAP. We all have and are continuing to bulldoze our rightful place for our lawmakers to listen to arts workers and for arts workers to be heard. Getting creative workers back to work has been one of the most important actions we as a field could take. We thank the National Endowment for the Arts and everyone responsible for the American Rescue Plan and CARES Act, and again, Shuttered Venue Operators Grant, for all their work to get arts organizations reopened and enable rehiring. And we thank you in advance for your continued support. See, we needed you then, now, and we will need you tomorrow. Why does this matter? Well, you all know, but there are many outside of this room who don't. Let's look at impact. What happens when people, arts workers, are resourced and supported? When arts workers have jobs and can take pride in doing their fulfilling work. An important part of their well-being is sustained. They have a chance at being emotionally healthy and attaining wellness. But too often, people have myopically looked at the performing arts and failed to connect the dots between arts and health, or arts workers and well-being. It infuriates me because our society, our audiences, and our arts workers are all part of the same organism. We, the leaders, right, in the performing arts, we have been perpetuating differences without a distinction. When we care about the arts and our people, our artists and our arts workers, there is an everlasting ripple impact. A living wage should not be reserved for those at the top of an organizational pyramid. allowing time off to tend to what's personal or familiar, or providing adequate health insurance should not be a luxury if we believe that arts workers should have access to the same American dream as the next worker in the next industry. It's non-negotiable for artists to be seen as people with real and meaningful lives worth supporting. But arts workers, if the cost of daycare dissuades you from even considering having a child, or you can't afford to consume the whole paycheck food you know that will nourish your creative vessel, let alone an apartment, or dare I say a house, in the city that you made vibrant. What is the point? And what are we working for? We're beginning to hear the drum beat. You know, the snaps will come to the drum beat, yeah. But let's go louder, people. We need to erupt the sound louder for arts workers. This is a movement for our people, and I dare say the most compelling and unspoken cause in our industry right now. The return to the stage study, thank you, Margot and David, indicates that 1/4 of all performing arts workers report that they are likely to leave the field in the next 5 years. Did you know that? The unfavorable conditions in our work environments are not sustainable, as many of our people are left to either accept less pay, much less than their worth, or take a hard right into another sector. And what about those workers who are employed by entities that are historically financially under-resourced? It's a double reckoning that many of my Black and brown colleagues and those working in small or rural organizations and communities feel deeply. We cannot just let this happen. We cannot afford not to pay attention. Paying attention allows us to see the supremacist cultural blinders that have made us complicit. Will it burst? And then what? We start anew. When we start anew, we start with equity at the center. Understandably, many arts workers need a leg up to justifying saying yes to our field, and some of it need it more than others. We can no longer simply cater to the small percent who historically have held the power. Our arts workers demand that we pay attention to all of them, all of us, and this shouldn't be an either-or scenario either, but a right-sizing, if you will, a reckoning action of equity. I applaud and am thankful to the many foundations, one was here today, Ford, Duke, who's here today as well, who have committed themselves to move with our field at this time. By responding to our need for an equitable operation where our business support in making good on our promise to create a more sustainable future of belonging for arts workers is going to be possible. Although many arts organizations saw unprecedented levels of foundation giving over the last 2 years, as we consider the challenges to sustainability that a restart work environment presents, we need more than a bailout as we look to the long haul. I am curious about the lessons that we can learn from past labor movements. What are we learning from the reemergence of workers' movements today? And how will this influence the way we think about the configuration of our work, our people, our legacy? Being here at the Kennedy Center, speaking to all of you, I can't help but think back to the 1980s when a shy, well-behaved, 5-year-old Black girl sat in the Kennedy Center Opera House, too mesmerized to get up from her seat after the curtain fell for the ever-famous run of Annie. She couldn't get up because she was too enthralled by it all. And from that moment, she knew she wanted in on that action. What about her dreams? Well, she is me, and I'm all in, committed to working and dreaming with you to move this forward. But the child like me, who will sit in a hall at the Kennedy Center, or any center, or wherever that inspiration is peaked, what about her, him, or them, and their path? Our people, our arts workers today, and those watching us from the wings, preparing to take our place tomorrow, the fly Zayas, right? Who already have a mission to help, as she said, around the world and to be an inspiration. They deserve a strong continuum. We deserve to thrive, and we are worth it. Thank you.
Lisa Richards-Toney. Stay standing. You've gotten a lot of challenges today, but this might be your greatest one. 8 minutes. 11:41. You can do it. There's coffee and snacks here. There's restrooms upstairs as well as down here. 11:41. See you.
Welcome back. Please take your seats. We will resume our program shortly. Please take your seats. Welcome back, everyone. If you would please take your seats and join me in welcoming Adrian Antoine.
Hi all, it's great to see you, and this is, I guess, the second musical performance of this morning. It's pretty hard to follow Flyzaya, but here I am on stage. My name is Adrian. I come from the land of the Pawtucket and Massachusetts people, from Boston in particular, and I play the violin. And I thought I would play a couple pieces for you. The first one being a very popular dance in the 1690s. This is called a gavotte and rondo. And if music could go viral back in that time, this is definitely one of the hits of the era. Has a good beat to it, and you'll hear sort of a recurring theme that just happens over and over again. And then I'll talk a little bit about just who I am as a human, and then share one more piece after that. But I think that it's just such an honor to be able to share in this space together, to find a sense of being able to share story, not only through these wonderful long conversations, but also through music as well. Thank you so much. As you can see right here, I was born without my right hand. I use a very simple adaptation here to hold the bow. And through that, I have had the honor and privilege of being able to express whatever happens in the imagination through this medium of the tools that I use and share stories. So I wanted to share one quick story with you. When I was first born, my mom in particular was very scared to present me to my grandmother for the first time. We come from the Chinese background and culture, and I think in particular in certain superstitions, there's the sense that disability can be seen as a curse upon the family, this retribution for sins of previous generations. And my grandmother took one look at me as a baby, and she said very quickly, well, he cries like any baby, he laughs like any baby, all he'll need is a little bit of exercise. So she went to the marketplace and found me a bracelet that had small bells attached to it. And the idea was when I was shaking around in the crib, she would put this bracelet on my small hand. And when I was shaking around, and specifically the small hand, I would be working out my biceps because this bell would jingle all the time. And this was, in some ways, I feel like my first musical instrument. So thank you. And so when I think about just all these wonderful conversations that we're hearing around excellence, and the arts and that intersection of love and being able to see everyone as full humans, no matter what we are missing or perceive that we are missing in our lives. I always think about the imagination to see the best in others is a creative act and is an art form that has to be practiced as well. So I wanted to play one of my grandmother's favorite pieces. This is from the Butterfly Lovers Concerto. This is a Chinese folk song that she really loved that speaks very much to this transcendence of human beings into sort of this sort of ethereal sort of nature. You'll hear butterflies at the very end, and this is very much a tribute to her and her ideas that I wanted to express through music. So thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Let's please get back to our long conversation. We could please welcome Dr. Jill Sankey and Adrian Antoine.
Hi.
I think I sigh on behalf of all of us. That was exquisite. Thank you so much for that beauty. That was amazing. And exemplifies why we are all here. As I get my words back, I've been asked to introduce myself briefly. I'm Jill Sankey. I am a mother and a grandmother and a dancer and a very amateur musician. And my work exists at the intersection of the arts and health, mostly public health. I'm a mixed methods and qualitative researcher. I believe in multiple ways of knowing. I believe that artists are researchers. We inquire, we ask, and we answer, and we translate truth and meaning in ways that drive social change, always has historically. And I work as a researcher to these days really try to shift the paradigm of research that extracts. So rather than taking from individuals and communities with research to figure out how we can give to and make change. And I'm so deeply honored to be in conversation with you, Adrian. We've had some really great conversation last night and today. And I'm going to come back more to the beautiful story that you just told us about your grandmother. But before that, would you talk a little bit about how your relationship to your art changed during the pandemic? You are clearly an amazing performer and spend so much time on the stage. And as you, as so many artists, had to step away from the stage, how did your relationship to your art change over the past 2 years?
Thank you, Jill, and it's an honor to speak to you as well. I think that there was not necessarily change, but maybe a deepening of understanding, as you were just saying, like another way of knowing art in a state of crisis, in a state of separation. And it really brought to me viscerally just the importance of sharing air together. Like as musicians, we shape the air around us to create something that we believe is expressive, is beautiful, is able to speak to a story together. And within this time, air has become also an enemy of transmitting this how can I say, a virus that has really affected all of us in a broad and personal way. And in many ways, the arts are doing the exact same thing in a sense that like we have something that is common to all of us, and as much as we have our vaccines and the ways that we take care of ourselves like over the past 2 years, I think that art making in particular, in times of challenges like this, global health crisis, racial equity issues, are forms of resistance, are forms of being able to understand that there is a different way to understand what we have in common, not only in our shared joys, but especially our frailties and challenges.
Can you talk a little bit about how you work as an artist off the stage?
Absolutely. So I think that at one point, as I was continuing to travel and do work as a musician, that very much like a lot of the narratives around here, it's like, how do we make excellence not necessarily exceptional? In a sense that my story and my situation of being able to have the right people in place, from a host of like engineers who created this adaptation, to have supportive families, to have great teachers along the way so I could express what I could today, how is that something that should be unexceptional and still excellent at the same time? And when we think about these spaces of equity, there are two ways to approach that. Now I'm sort of in this role of being a gatekeeper in some capacity in the work that I do as a program leader, administrator, and at the same time, like, what do we do to enable and amplify voices of young people, especially, to be able to have everyone be able to explore their own potential in their own ways, specifically through the arts. So amongst many other things that I do, I run a small nonprofit called the Music Inclusion Program, where it's an after-school orchestral program. Half the students are typical students, half the students have a wide range of disabilities, from the autism spectrum, hearing, vision impairments, Down syndrome, host of various genetic complications that all sort of interface together within this common understanding of bringing communities together that may be siloed in some capacity. So music educators, special needs educators, musicians, researchers, to really just have a tiny bed of innovation and an iterative process. Sometimes the hardest thing to do is just put people in the same room. And just like what we're doing today, this is a process in which we are all grounded in this mission of exploring what it means to be able to create this access and amplification for those who, or how can I say, model a society which is inclusive, which like an orchestra should be ideally, where everyone is different but everyone is equal. And it doesn't matter if you're playing like one note on an adaptive musical instrument or you're playing the violin virtuosically. If you give all that you can to create this larger expression of something that harmonizes or it becomes beautiful or addresses a particular challenge, that's sort of like where all our specialties sort of come into play, centered around this idea of making excellence, as I said, just a human right.
And we live in a culture in which that notion of excellence is such a barrier to the arts. We kind of, at least in my experience, grow up, and if we're not really good at an art form to the degree that we could become professional, we put it down, we step away, we move on to something else. And I've become a musician in the past couple of years, and I think courageously own that title. I will never be on a stage. I have no illusions about that. But my relationship to music is such that I play every day, and it's absolutely transcendent, even though I'm not excellent. I'm excellent in that it is transcendent for me, and I rely on it for my health and well-being. And you're talking about access, and for me, there's a relationship there because I see so many people who could be deeply involved in an art form like music, but put it down because of those, our culture of exclusion around music. don't return to it. We have a collective narrative that says you have to be excellent in order to engage. How do we change that narrative in this country?
That's a great question. I think that there's, at least in my mentality and the students that I work with, and even just like continually within myself, it's like what is the most unique about us is what we need to be able to share with the world. I think that I definitely think within our field in classical music, at least, the evolution that we seek will stem from the courage of folks who create environments in which we are not prescribing music or thinking that this is what's good or this is what's not good sort of deal. But understanding that, like, for instance, folks with disabilities in particular have such a unique lens of being able to share their experience of how they know the world. And these are stories that often get lost in sort of the collective narrative because, as you were just saying, there are lack of access with tools, it could be spaces, but a lot of the times it's the attitudes. And we all sort of have to work within our own sort of specialized spheres to be able to continually disrupt some of these normative narratives, and being able to share viscerally, like through research like what you do, or music in my case. Everyone sort of has that part of really, again, doing what you can and really just searching within what is the best of what we have to offer, and to really just stick to that as much as we can, because there are a lot of other things that can get in the way of that.
Yeah, you come. I love the story of your grandmother. I got to hear that last night. It's so lovely, and or earlier this morning, I guess. And as you tell that story, I recognize that you come from a lineage that thinks about ability, right, or an orientation toward ability. How do you bring that as a facilitator in your community work, as a teacher and a facilitator, as you're working with children, as you work with people who are unhoused and in communities?
Sure. So, I mean, there's so much there. I think that we're in a world where, at least within the disability narrative, there is just so much to work with, and a lot of our work is relatively siloed. And I recognize that the most important thing I can do is continually learn. I have, yes, a disability in some capacity in relationship to my body, but it really behooves the entire community as advocates for each other to really think universally in terms of like how we can support each other. And I think that's sort of where the next step is in terms of finding more collaborations with artists who have disabilities, for instance, being able to understand that we as a movement can help each other and also galvanize younger generations to do the same, because in the end, it's all about just who's on stage and that representation. And I'm excited to continue sort of being here, and maybe hopefully soon at the Kennedy Center again. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Adrian.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm already anxious about the bell ringing. It's like a order up. Good afternoon.
Hi, Eric.
Nice to meet, a little bit more formally.
You too.
How has your experience been so far here at the Kennedy Center? Is this the first time you've been at this kind of renovation here at the pavilion?
It is, actually, it is, and it's thrilling to be here. I am just in awe and deeply grateful for the conversations that we've had this morning. I'm super inspired.
Yeah, the space itself, I think, really, when you first enter, kind of really drives this relaxation without even trying, and really puts you in a thoughtful space, which is interesting because there's really not much to really kind of drive that sense of relaxation, but it's really special. So how does the intersection of arts and kind of the field that you practice, where did this kind of creation, how did that happen?
Well, I think on one level, the answer to that question is it's never been absent. We can spin the globe and land anywhere and see deep connections between the arts and cultural practice and creative practice and artists and culture bearers in healing traditions. It's everywhere, and it's throughout time. I think in our current Western medical paradigm, we feel that it's new because it really, in the United States at least, in the 1970s and 80s, a movement toward artists working in hospitals began. In other parts of the globe, artists are essential to public health work. I had, for example, the privilege of working as a senior advisor for the CDC during the pandemic because the people who were brought together for the vaccine task force were people who had worked in public health around the world and recognized that in an emergency situation like an epidemic or a pandemic, you would never mount a health campaign without artists, without songs and dances and drama. You just wouldn't. And so in an unprecedented way in this country, the CDC said, we need artists right now. And so the CDC made a really big investment in driving engagement of artists through funding, through grants, through resources, in driving inclusion of artists and culture bearers in pandemic response in this country. So feels new in the United States right now, relatively new, but it's actually old and deep and natural.
Yeah, the only one that I can really think or relate to in regards to using art to transform medical information would be like DARE or something similar.
Yeah, there actually are so many examples. I mean, as I referred to earlier in my introduction, artists have always been drivers of social change and the kind of collective action that happens, in communities. And right now, when we think about public health, we're recognizing as a paradigm in public health, we've sort of come through these paradigmatic shifts in public health, from hygiene and individual health to social determinants of health, and now we're in what's termed a fifth wave of public health, which is a culture of health. And the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation has been a big driver of that notion, but it's the idea that in order to move the needle on our big public health issues, we need collective action, right? We need a culture of health and change. And artists have always been drivers of social change and collective action in the United States. So now more than ever, artists are needed as we not only recover from this pandemic, but as we address the really deep systemic drivers of health disparities.
Do you think that, one of the biggest successes of, weird to say this, but biggest successes of COVID-19 was really this opening up of access to medical care to basically everyone. And there are pandemics and diseases that affect people every day that aren't treated the same way as COVID-19 was treated because, of how it affected everything globally. But how much of the medical structure here in the US, how much do you think of that is going to carry forward? Because if anything that showed about the last 2 years is everyone's personal stress about their medical care really can hold people back.
Yeah, so many things have happened in our health system over the past 2 years. One, it is stressed in a way it's never been stressed. Healthcare workers have been frontline workers in the most intense ways, and so many have left the field. One thing that I think is significant is that the public health as a system, as a notion, has become more visible. I think a few years ago, at least when I moved in the world and had conversations, many of us just didn't know what public health was. Like, we know what health care is because we engage it, but we didn't really know what public health was, that sort of population level thinking about health and systems, that are there to improve our collective health and health equity. And the pandemic, I think, has made the public health system more visible, as a system, and it challenges that system now to act, to think and act and to impact differently. There's a lot to think about in terms of access to health care. And in fact, interestingly, when you think about social determinants and determinants of health, access to healthcare and healthcare quality only accounts for about 8 to 10% as an influence on health. One of the biggest influences on health is actually culture. So again, reinforcing that notion that we need cultural change. I think parallel to that, one thing that happened during the pandemic, at least through my lens, is that the relationship between arts and health became clearer, more visible, more visceral than it's been in my lifetime. As people early in the pandemic started playing music on balconies and chalking their driveways and they're, painting their windows and just reaching to the arts. Our research has shown that in the UK, with a massive oversampling of the population, that 21% of people engaged the arts more after lockdown started than before the pandemic. So I think people reached to the arts for their health and well-being and for their connection, as well as systems reaching for health communication in an unprecedented way. And I think that makes ripe a really unique opportunity for us as individuals to equate, spending time in creative activity with spending time in exercise. We've kind of all accepted generally that if I exercise several times a week, I'm going to be healthier. If I eat well, and this is, brings us to your domain, if I eat better food, I'm going to be healthier. I think we may be approaching a moment where there's a broader collective awareness that if I spend time to be creative, whether I'm good at it or not, or whether I or others think I'm good at it or not, it's good for me. It's gonna help me, reduce my anxiety, joy. There's so many ways in which it's good for us.
Yeah, it really resonated when in the previous conversation talking about this barrier of excellence when it comes to the arts, where or almost anything we're going to do. If you're not going to be successful, why are you going to continue to pursue it? And on my way in, she's like, "Oh, the seats are going to be stage right." And I'm like, "Oh, I used to do theater. I know where stage right is." I had to think about it a little bit. And playing music and all of these things that I used to love to do when I was younger and put to aside because, I was like, well, I don't think this is going to lead to anywhere. And then what's funny is something that I'm super passionate about, which is cooking, is not something that I feel gives me the same creative energy because I do it for a living as some of the other arts that I used to do. My wife always says I need to get a hobby. Because I don't have any, but other people would be like, what you do is something super artistic and creative, but at the same time, I think it is, when it's work, it feels hard sometimes to have that same outlet. And then when I used to play the piano and the guitar and toured the country a lot, used to play the Kennedy Center when I was in high school, little piano concerts and stuff. I don't remember what that feeling is like anymore of that performance. Even though we cooked for everyone yesterday, but that was just work. It didn't have that same artistic feeling.
Yeah, that to me is such a huge question. I work at a university as well. I have for 30 years, and that's been a huge question for me, and Lisa touched on this this morning, and I think it's a huge question. How do we as artists, when art becomes our work to that extent, how do we maintain that particular relationship to our art form that is deeply transcendent and self-transcendent and motivating, and that is the juice of art, the stuff that we get addicted to? How do we maintain that? For me, dance was my primary and professional art form. I slid into music. I made a relationship with a new art form, and I found a relationship there that, in truth, I've worked in arts and health for 28 years, and it makes me feel like I've understated the relationship.
Time for those things, and that I'm touching everything that I'm doing. There's a time and a place where we're 300 employees, and I don't even know everyone's name, and I don't want to go back to that.
That's really interesting to hear you say, bro, in terms of what you don't want to go back to. because much of our narrative through COVID has been, I just can't wait to get back to normal. I mean, I'm sure we've always heard, I don't know if somebody threw that away when Jordan did the exercise this morning, but you know, and you're saying something completely different based upon what you've learned during this period, right? So I wonder how that would look more expansively for all of us if we kind of perhaps didn't take on too much and got more hyper-local and more hyper-focused in terms of the work we do, right?
Yeah, I think it depends. You know, first conversation we're talking about how do we measure excellence, right? And the second conversation is how do we measure health through a cultural lens? And I guess mine, and something we also talk about when we talk about food justice, is how do we value and give time, right? People are always like, how many, especially donors, they're like, okay, if I give you $10,000, how many meals will you put out in the community? I'm like, well, mathematically, it'll be 1,000 meals, so you can, it's 1,000 meals. But what you're really giving is an infinite amount of time back to a family, where time is the most expensive and rare thing and luxury that they don't have. And that's really, and how do you measure that and how do you value that? And I think that's really the big challenge with food justice is it's measured in meals and dollars and families affected, and there's not really much metrics besides, okay, how much did we give, XYZ family, how much more freedom did this single mother household for her ability to work, not take multiple buses to get meals, to be able to have everything at her doorstep to feed her family? How much time did she get back in her life, and how much was that really worth?
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
I think that's a good thing to end on. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Don't be nervous, Jay. Don't be nervous.
I usually talk with my hands, so we'll see how I do. What's going on, everybody? I go by the name of Jay Period. I'm a DJ, producer, and a musical storyteller. So just as a brief introduction, I think we've heard a lot of people talking about the importance of storytelling, and obviously we've also heard the importance of music. So what I do is to try to combine these two things together to use music as a medium to convey a message. And so we're going to be giving a demonstration of that in a minute, but in the meantime, I have this amazing guy right here. So you didn't get a chance to introduce yourself, so tell the people.
Yeah, I didn't.
What you do?
I jumped right into it. I was so excited to talk to Eric. My name is Clyde Valentine. What am I? I am a cultural entrepreneur. Currently work at Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. Launched a community engagement initiative for the School of the Arts there about 7 years ago called Ignite Arts Dallas. Before that, started a thing alongside my sister Camilla Forbes and my brother Danny Hawk called the Hip Hop Theater Festival, which is still around, known as High Arts in East Harlem. Developing new works, primarily by BIPOC artists. We've been at that for 20 plus years now, which is great. And before that, I started a magazine called Stress, which is, I know you know Stress a little bit, and dates us, right? So I come out of the hip hop world, and I'm a hip hop baby, and I wouldn't be here without the culture.
So you said the words cultural entrepreneur.
Yes.
So talk about that for a minute. What does that mean exactly?
It's people assign titles to themselves, and I'm a creative person. I've been blessed to always work with artists across all forms and disciplines. And when I had to actually write my first resume, which was to get this job at SMU, I had to figure out how I was going to frame my work. And entrepreneurship is very much in my blood, but I think about rates of return in a very different way, right? I think about the return being what we've alluded to through the course of this day. You know, the many ripples that the impacts that arts and culture have in our lives, regardless of whether that work is happening in institutions like this one, or on the corner with a piece of cardboard, or just a cipher, or on the reservation, you know, with culture bearers and them transferring that ancestral knowledge to young people, right? So I just, you know, created just a little frame to contextualize my desire to always fill new spaces, but in this cultural context.
I think it's also really interesting. I've heard a lot of people up here sort of talking about health as it relates to the arts, and I think drawing a line between the process of art and the experience of art, to me, is really powerful. So, you know, folks have been up here talking about how the process of art can be healing, and you know, playing the piano or doing something like that. I experienced something during the pandemic which was mind-blowing to me, which was the experience of art. So, you know, as a DJ, obviously I'm out, I'm in venues, I'm performing for live audiences. But during the pandemic, you know, I got a talking to by an amazing DJ by the name of Jazzy Jeff, who's a legendary DJ, who said, you know, you need to turn your camera on and DJ to the phone, to which I said no. and then I looked around and I started seeing some DJs who were doing this. D-Nice obviously has become the most famous example of this. But what I found was that by going on, you know, Instagram Live and performing, that I built this community of people all over the world for whom the experience of the art was really therapeutic. And just listening, you know, tuning in, listening for that hour, you would see the sort of roll of comments on the feed and see how you were affecting people in real time. And I think during the pandemic, you know, that was probably one of the most amazing kind of artistic experiences that I had.
I'm so glad you said that, because, I mean, how many people dance in the house during lockdown listening to their favorite DJs?
There you go.
Right? Right? I mean, thank goodness, you know? Thank goodness, right?
Yeah, and sort of in response to the question that was raised earlier of, you know, do we go back, you know, to what it was before, or are we going somewhere else? You know, again, I invoke, you know, Jazzy Jeff, who said at the very beginning of this, we're never going back. You know, reframe your thinking. This is what it's going to be from now on. And he's built an entire business now around bringing the club to your house. So, like, literally people pushing the furniture out of the living room, inviting their friends over, and now the club is in your house. And you have Jazzy Jeff DJing your party. So it's just opened up amazing possibilities in that way.
I 110% agree, and you know, one of the questions I have for you, just as, you know, someone who got started on the mixtape scene, and, you know, went from cassettes to CDs to the streams, but also like really thematic, curatorial, highly intentional efforts where you collaborated with folks around their own body of work and reframed it often, right, through remixes. Like I think about that Tribe mixtape. You know, I think about the March 9th mixtapes with Gingy Brown. Was it with G Brown, right? You know, so I'm a fan, and you know, and at the same time, like, I just think about the array of all of that, and I also think about disruption, right? Because I know what mixtapes meant to the industry at the time, right? It was first seen as like this thorn on the side, but then they realized they needed to bring that in. And I think about disruption in this field, in this conversation, in this sector, and what that could mean moving forward. So to use Jazzy Jeff's, you know, there is no going back, right? There's the reframe. So I think about that for us here. Like, what does not going back look like, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think, so the work he's referring to, for many years I did mixtapes, you know, quote unquote mixtapes. They're more like musical documentaries. So I would interview an artist, then I would remix their entire catalog, and then I would weave the interview into the music. So it became this sort of living, breathing story in this artist's own words and music. And at the time I started doing this didn't exist. And it just was something that spoke to me. And, you know, the stories unlocked this other level of the music for me. And so that kind of became my thing. You know, I'm very much a disruptor, you know, wherever I go. There was no such thing as a musical storyteller, you know, like you know, making a sort of cultural entrepreneur as a thing. That's kind of what I did, because I felt like stories were this way to access other people's experiences in a very unique way. And music, you know, I had the great fortune of working on something that I'm sure all of you know intimately, which is the Hamilton mixtape. And my experience with Hamilton was that you had hip hop first as a medium for conveying a story is incredibly powerful, the amount of information he can pack into those songs, but also creating something that is so universally accessible that it crosses all boundaries. And I think that's the thing that the combination of music and storytelling can do if done right. And I've spent my whole career kind of chasing after that, you know, idea.
And in terms of the thing you chase that was echoed earlier, right? Like Eric finding the thing, you know, that will bring him to cook again and lose himself in the work is, for me, also, I think, one of the definitions of entrepreneurship. Like you're always looking to fill a new space and an edge. That certainly has defined my career, you know? And I you know, this Hamilton as a mixtape, which, you know, isn't even one of my favorite mixtapes of yours. No offense, you know, it's not one of my favorite. But you know, where I knew it had power was I was in Phoenix at ASU Gamage to see a touring version of Hamilton, and I was there with 100 college students from ASU, and they all knew the words to every single song, and it was because of the mixtape. Right? So from the opening number, they were rocking with everybody on stage. And it was just like, this is the power of, you know, these mediums also meshing, right?
Yeah, and I think, you know, we're both hip-hop heads. I think, you know, there's something that for folks that are not sort of the culture of hip-hop, they might not understand, and that is that hip-hop exists to recontextualize history, that we're constantly sampling, you know, music of the past, ideas of the past, and flipping them and turning them into something new. And I think, you know, recontextualization is something that is also, you know, a huge part of all of this. So you start out with the Hip Hop Theater Festival, and then you go to Texas and you create, you know, Ignite Arts. So how do you kind of carry that hip hop sensibility into that work?
Yeah, it's, you know, and even before that stress, because we had to, like, we were telling stories, we were reviewing things, you know, the stakes were high for a lot of people in terms of like what you wrote or didn't write about their, you know, particular album, you know, or whose story you told versus them telling the story themselves, which was something I think we did innovatively back in 1998. Where we published a lot of first-person pieces, so we had a bigger editorial staff than a journalism staff, because we were like, tell your own story, right? And this was sort of like beyond, back to, you know, got a story to tell. And I think the sort of, the ethos of like, you know, respecting where you are at all times, understanding that there are others who are going to bring you along the way. So there was always this sort of like elder aspect to you're the apprentice, you're going to learn, I'm going to teach you how to do these things. And in graffiti, we know that's outlines, or, you know, in the world of breaking and popping and locking, it was like, you know, mentorship, right? So I kind of carried that through the work. So even when we were producing the Hip Hop Theater Festival, when we came to DC for the first time, we had to like just shut up and listen and talk to people and humble ourselves because we're in a new place. And, you know, I learned that from like not walking on a new block, like, you know, because, you know, it was dangerous. So, you know, when I got to Dallas, I did the same thing, and the work has grown expansively since I've been to Dallas, because it isn't, you know, heads were like, oh, we want to do a hip-hop festival. And I was like, I'm not going to do that right now. I have these other things I'm interested in doing. And it's taken me more to creative placemaking and all kinds of stuff that I hope we can talk about a little bit later. But it was nice to build with you, Jay.
Yes, excellent. We're going to continue this conversation for sure off stage. And then, like I said, we're going to be doing a little demonstration, myself and an amazing singer named Tiffany Goucher in a few moments. So thank you all.
They make my job so easy. Aren't they amazing? Can we please give a round of applause for all the long conversationalists? I want to make sure your physiological needs are being met, so don't worry. We're going to have this keynote, we're going to have the performance with Jay, one more little segment, and then there's going to be lunch. So it's in sight, and that's why we had snacks out there, all right? We're good? We're okay? Tell me yes. Yes. Thank you. Okay, thank you for lying. All right. Now, I'm going to bring up our next speaker, Sam Gill, who is the president of the Doris Duke Charitable Foundation. Put your hands together for Sam. Thank you.
Hi, folks. Good afternoon. I know I'm standing between you and food, a great performance, so I'll try to go as fast as I can. First, thanks to Deborah Rutter, Vanessa Thomas, and the entire Kennedy Center team for having me. Thanks to all of our Citizen Artist Fellows for what you do and for being here, and thanks to everybody else for joining the conversation. Today, what I want to talk to you about are some seismic changes happening in technology that I think have the potential to radically transform the arts. And this is an important topic because we really don't have a choice about most of these changes. They're going to come whether we want them to or not. But we do have some really important choices about how to navigate and influence these changes so that they can serve the performing arts. Let's start with how our very understanding of creativity as a profession is changing. Right now, we are in the throes of a revolution in what is called, in Silicon Valley, the creator economy or the passion economy. And the creator economy is basically the industrialization and commodification of what you might call social media stardom. It's nothing more than taking this incredible phenomenon of people sharing what they love to do on social media, whether it's cooking or unboxing products, trying on fashion, lip syncing to music, or just sharing your giant lizard collection and turning that into an industry. And the reason this transformation is happening is because people will pay for these experiences, either directly or indirectly through advertising. Right now, there are 50 million people making some money from digital content online. 2 million people are doing this full time. Money is pouring into this market. In 2021, investors put $1 billion into the creator economy. What exactly does this look like? There's a firm called SignalFire that's developed a useful 3-layer model. This is the first layer. On the left are the media platforms that allow creators to reach audiences. On the right are the tools that allow creators to actually build content. So think of the left as a TV in the house of each member of the potential audience, and the right as a studio in the house of each potential creator. This is the second layer, which adds in ways to sell your audience to advertisers if you're a digital creator. And now the third layer. These are the tools that help create different revenue streams, like subscriptions and tipping, as well as tools that let you sell other facets of your creativity. So think merchandise, courses, newsletters. So this is a summary of what we just saw. The first layer allows me to turn my creation into digital content, a product others can consume. The second layer lets me convert the eyeballs I've attracted, the Instagram dance party we heard about, into revenue. Now I can monetize my creativity. And the third layer allows me to build a business around my creativity through multiple products I can sell to my audience versus simply selling my audience's interest to advertisers. There's 2 other trends that I won't spend too much time on, but that will only accelerate this transformation. There's many of these online. The first is the growth in what are called Web3 technologies. Many of you have probably heard about NFTs or non-fungible tokens. This is a Web3 technology. Without getting into the technical details, what is important about these technologies is that they create the possibility for people to literally own pieces of the digital architecture suffusing our world. NFTs are being promoted as a way to own my digital creation. For performing artists, NFTs are the equivalent of a recording. Whether or not I make the physical units, I own the underlying intellectual property and share in a portion of the revenues the units are sold. Some companies, like these, are also developing technologies that might allow creators to own pieces of the platforms they use to distribute their content. Right now, if you post videos of yourself on YouTube, it is YouTube that controls everything. Access to the audience, how your video is influenced by its algorithm, and the increment of advertising revenue that is remitted to you. Some Web3 technologies seek to challenge that relationship and to put the power to control the platform back into the hands of the creators. But I want to be clear. This is what the Web3 promoters would say. None of what I have described is inevitable. There are many good reasons to believe these technologies cannot deliver, or that they can, but with serious negative consequences, both intended and unintended. The second trend is the metaverse. Again, there's no need to get into the technical details. All the metaverse describes is a set of virtual worlds and experiences. And all of the energy around the creator economy has the potential to move into the metaverse. In theory, this is an enormous opportunity for the arts. Immersive and virtual experiences can provide avenues for new forms of artistic expression and new ways to reach different audiences. For example, instead of watching a concert on TikTok, think about watching a concert inside of a game like Fortnite. It's already happening. Ariana Grande played a Fortnite show last August. Instead of buying clothes for yourself that you saw worn by an Instagram influencer, you might buy clothes for your digital avatar. This is already happening. Balenciaga sells clothes for your Fortnite characters that you pay actual money for. To access all of this, people don't need to go to any of these places. They just need to go here. And 88% of people over 12 in this country have one of these. As a result of these changes, this is what is happening every minute on the internet. To understand what this could mean for the performing arts, I want to borrow a framework from Anne McGill, a professor at the University of Chicago Booth School of Business. In her framework, any product can be conceptualized in terms of three things. Resources are the inputs required to make the thing. Features describe how the thing is presented to you, the consumer. It's how the consumer and the product interact. And benefits are what the consumer gets out of the product. In the legacy model, creators go through features called gatekeepers to reach audiences. The gatekeeper could be a TV network, a movie studio, or a presenting organization in the performing arts. This is a feature. In the internet model, the features are digitized. The creator has what feels like direct access to the audience. This is called disintermediation. What is key is that this is not the absence of a gatekeeper. The black arrow is really an illusion. Instead, an analog gatekeeper has been replaced by a digital gatekeeper. The digital gatekeeper lubricates certain kinds of transactions and even does disintermediate some of them. But the digital gatekeeper also makes significant choices that heavily influence how creators and audiences connect. For example, digital platforms determine through their algorithms how content gets fed to audiences. They decide what is allowed on their platform, and so on. So you're really trading one gatekeeper for another. What are the arguments that disintermediating platforms love to make for why this transition is so great for audiences? First, they say it lowers costs. Instead of a cable subscription or movie ticket, we can get an enormous amount for free or near free, especially if we're borrowing our friend's password. Second, they say it increases consumer control. In 2 decades, we've moved from fixed location, linear appointment viewing, what happens in a building like this, to ubiquitous on-demand content. Third, they say, it provides incredible opportunities for engagement and interactivity. As we heard before, we get to be a part of what we're watching or consuming. Fourth, they say, it expands choices. We no longer have to rely on just a few gatekeepers to determine the choice set. Using technologies grouped broadly under the heading of what's called discovery, the new gatekeepers relentlessly feed us new choices. And all the gatekeepers, new and old, feel enormous pressure to provide more content than ever before. This is the growth in scripted content on television since 2002. Here's how much more content web-native media provides per day. This is the average number of artists a listener streams per week. Why might this be good for artists? I'll tell you what the investors and technology companies would say. First, they say it democratizes the means of production. In the legacy model, the gatekeepers, the owners of the features, had the access to all the tools of production. But now you have them on your phone and in your home. Second, they say it provides more direct access to audiences. Again, you don't need to rely on a gatekeeper to determine how you meet the audience, at least not in the same way. Third, they say, and they say this one a lot, it gives you more control over your labor power. You decide when and where you work. And fourth, they say, these models are about enabling you to sell what you love to do. It's turning leisure or passions into a profession. Now, what challenges does this emergent worldview create for the performing arts? Legacy features represent most of the costs and all of the revenues. This relationship cannot be overstated. If you run a presenting organization, think about how much of your operating and capital expense goes into the construction, maintenance, and then use of the physical facilities that connect the audience to the arts. And that's not all. Everyone you hire to plan, execute, and market a live show is tied up in that physical feature. It's also what you charge someone to get into, and it's what a donor like us wants to put our name on the side of. So both earned and contributed revenue are inextricably bound up with the features, at least in our current paradigm. Digital features are much cheaper to operate, but with those lower costs comes greater abundance, and with greater abundance, a much, much lower willingness to pay. This is a chart created by Scott Galloway, a business school professor who specializes in digital economics, that shows revenue for recorded artists over the years since 1973. We're not listening to less music these days. We're listening to more. But technology has made music abundant and ubiquitous. When I was growing up, a single album on compact disc was maybe $12. Spotify is $9.99 a month. As a result, music revenue has declined precipitously. But during a moment when legacy gatekeepers are under enormous strain and in for a heck of a lot of criticism, some of which we've heard today, it's worth asking what we stand to lose if we do not adapt. First, disintermediation may create more control for artists, but it also creates a heck of a lot more work. This is a model by a well-known venture capitalist and commentator named Rex Woodbury that he calls the creator triad, the 3 things a creator needs to thrive digitally. You know where else you can find these 3 things? Here. The so-called legacy gatekeepers bring together in one place all the tools needed to access and benefit from the audience, and they have internalized those costs so that artists do not have to. Not every artist wants to be their own ink, and some of you wouldn't be who you are without the support of places like this to help you grow and develop your skills, develop your vision, meet your collaborators, be exposed to audiences. Second, digital economics are highly concentrated, return at a very, very low marginal rate. Rolling Stone estimates that on Spotify, for example, about 1% of all the artists make 90% of the available royalties. The rest make $36 per quarter. Why is this? Wow, exactly. Why is this? Here's a chart showing how you to translate streaming revenue into a living wage. Good news. If you're on Spotify, you only need people to listen to your music 18.8 million times to get there. The American dream. This is the downside of choice and the downside of discovery. The downside of choice is that your good is no longer scarce. The downside of discovery is that you are still relying on a piece of software deciding what content gets pushed to the top. And more often than not, it is not yours. The new gatekeepers are not enabling some kind of level playing field on which to compete. They are managing the system to maximize revenues. This may and will create opportunities for some artists who have never before broken through and weren't able to before, and that's important and exciting. But it can also create insuperable barriers for everybody else. Third, these incremental economics place enormous strain on creators. Uber drivers and DoorDashers don't work less than taxi drivers or traditional delivery services. They work more, as each rider delivery is timed, ranked, and rated, determining whether they will even have a chance at the next one. There are already sobering stories about creator burnout, stories about how even taking a week's vacation can lead to a precipitous decline in subscribers or followers. Fourth, this is a more philosophical issue, but if passions become labor, then what becomes of passions? Presenting organizations seek to provide time and space for artists like you to enjoy creativity, freedom, and support. Residencies and commissions aren't just extractive exercises. They're intended to both generate creative works that audiences can enjoy and might pay for, and nurture your careers. It may sound quaint to say, but I think most of us in this room have a view that at some level, truly spectacular art stems from an intensive activity that, while not productive in an economic sense, is the wellspring of catharsis. We call this activity creation. If we commodify and industrialize creation, do we lose something ineffable and yet aesthetically essential? Fifth, I worry profoundly about discernment. With no disrespect intended to the hobbyist, this is not the same as this. Without getting into profound and for the artists, you're applauding for the artists, thank you. Without getting into profound and obscure debates about aesthetic judgment, what distinguishes art from expression is minimally some combination of skill and method. Fly Zaya, skill and method. That's what we heard this morning. That's what moved us. You don't need to look far to see why this is imperiled in a digital creator economy. One of the most significant and terrifying casualties of the internet-enabled economy over the past 10 years has been the profound corrosion of discernment with regard to truth. Truth is merely information plus method. But in the cacophony that is the social internet, any idea of a common truth has given way to a massive fragmentation of knowledge. For some, this has allowed the metastasis of new and dangerous alternate realities. For others who are just overwhelmed, this has led to an abandonment of faith in any kind of truth at all. Both have devastating consequences for our democracy. I fear the same attenuation in aesthetic discernment for the arts. So what do? This model still has problems. It's too expensive, it's too exclusive, it's not in touch with the way emerging audiences want to experience what they love. This model has also suffered from many of the problems proliferating under the aegis of the creator economy. You all know too well what it feels like to be what my colleague Maureen Knighton, who directs our arts program, calls the original gig workers, moving from commission to commission, from performance to performance, always hustling to make the next opportunity happen because you don't know whether it will be your last, at least for a while. But what if the people who run places like this became the progenitors of a different vision, as they're clearly trying to do here at the Kennedy Center? A vision that marries the best of what the digital economy can enable with the best of what institutions have been able to provide. I don't know what it would look like, but it might have a few attributes. First, a new vision would focus less on asking, how do I fill this? And instead start with the benefits. Who is my audience? What makes me essential to them? And what do I have that no one else has? One of the things that this model can do, that most digital platforms cannot, is to help an audience to discern. As the volume of content grows, the role of curation becomes all the more significant. Right now, a very small set of gatekeepers who are mostly focused on profitability are making all the decisions about what moves to the top, and those decisions aren't based on what counts as great performing arts. This says something none of those platforms can have or want to have, an ability to curate in the service of aesthetic value. That value doesn't need to be static or staid or exclusionary. The role of this place is and can be to push the boundaries of what we call beauty or quality, as we've discussed today. So how can these places help audiences, new audiences, different audiences, digitally and through analog experiences, find and connect to great performing arts? It might be using facilities or capabilities in new and different ways for new and different purposes. The bell's about to go off. I'm almost done, I assure you. Second, a new vision would focus on lowering the boundaries between creators and audiences. In democratizing the access to the means of production and in providing tools for audiences to participate in the creation, the internet has unleashed the power of authenticity, that I can relate to this person, and the power of interactivity, as we heard from J. Period, that I can be a part of it. A different vision for the performing arts would emphasize these two values. Third, a new vision would be more artist-driven. One of the problems with this is that the creation needs to fit the template, which can be like a Procrustean bed. Instead of fitting the creator to the feature, institutions can begin to ask more intensely, how can I featurize the potential for unique connections between creators and audiences? Who are the creators that don't fit the template for this, but who could connect this place to new audiences? Audiences who may have felt shut out of the limitations and barriers, real or imagined, of this. In the resources, features, and benefits model, a truly unique resource is the artist. That's the thing you can't replicate. So how can you realize the value of that asset in a way no one else can? And how do you create the space for new artists, those who didn't fit the old model, to step forward? Many of the people in this room are already developing approaches that epitomize just these ideas. I'm not claiming this is a radical idea. I am suggesting that in bringing these ideas together under a single doctrine for the performing arts, however, the potential for radical change emerges. And really being open to this doctrine requires rethinking everything, from creation itself to facilities, all the way down to basic jobs and roles. Creativity is not under threat. People will always express themselves in exciting and cathartic new ways. But a tried and tested way of connecting to the thing we love, vibrant, creative, abundant performing arts, is under threat, existential threat. The question is whether we will buckle under a slow attrition or whether we will do what artists do better than anyone else, adapt, reinvent, and reimagine. We still have time to make a choice. Thanks a lot.
Please welcome back J. Period, joined by Tiffany Goucher.
Test, test. Hello again. So I've been here a few years, well, not the last couple, but a few years and done performances. We're going to do something a little bit different this time. We're going to tell the story of the song and play the song. So let's start off like this. This is a story of how a song becomes a song, and about the courage it takes to pursue an idea, and if we're lucky, the meaning it acquires along the way. So our story begins at a gathering of creatives, not unlike this one, the Playlist Retreat, where Jazzy Jeff brings artists together to spark inspiration, motivation, and collaboration. One of the ways Jeff does this is he has a challenge where all the artists are broken off into groups and have 24 hours to create a song. What you hear right now is the product of one of those challenges. Created in 24 hours with a group of 5 musicians, an amazing drummer named Steve McKee, an amazing bass player named Kaidi Tatham, and an incredible keys player named Andres Matson. So, as you hear the keys, this process starts around 8 p.m., but by about 3 or 4 in the morning, it really starts getting going. And so at the time that 4 a.m. rolls around, an amazing young singer named Tiffany Goucher walks by and hears this groove, and suddenly our song gains purpose. It's all in your head, she says. Don't let it get to you. What Tiffany is singing about is fear. The fear that holds you back, the doubt, the anxiety. They're all in your head, they're not real. But what she's also singing about are the things that set you free. Dreams, imagination, ideas, these things are also all in your head. If only we have the courage to pursue them, we can achieve them. And you never know where your story is going to lead. So for the next 3 years, this song becomes my mantra as I'm making my own album called Story to Tell. Until one day I take the song's advice. And in the middle of a pandemic, I pack my entire family into the car and I drive 9 hours to Yellow Springs, Ohio to try to find a narrator for my storybook. But I don't want just any narrator. I want one of the best storytellers of all time, a comedian named Dave Chappelle. Sounds crazy, right? Well, guess what? It never would have happened if I didn't take that leap against all logic and pursue this idea. So one last element of the formula, I got Black Thought from the Roots to put it in song. So let's hear it.
Hi, I'm Dave Chappelle, welcoming you to J. Perry Presents A Story to Tell, musical journey in 3 acts. Now when you hear this sound, turn the page. Please tune your speakers for maximum bass response and enjoy the show. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce A Story to Tell. Let's begin now.
Yeah, my brother Joel went to see Dave Chappelle amidst the pandemic. I say he brave as hell, blaze the trail, just don't take a major L. I'ma wait, save the date, save yourselves. Next thing you know, he brings his things to Yellow Springs and says to spread his wings has been the stuff of dreams. Oh well, time to pull another book.
Ladies and gentlemen,
feels like he got a
Tiffany
story to tell.
Goucher.
This rhythm is taking me back.
You keep going back and forth.
Yeah.
You know it's time for a change, don't you?
And something has to change.
Losing time, gotta stay focused.
Cause I'm losing time.
You won't get far if you don't stay open.
What if I take it too far?
It's all in your head.
Yeah.
Don't let it get to you. It's all in your head. Set yourself free, my love. Set yourself free, my love, my love. Set yourself free, my love. Oh, set yourself free, my love, my love. Set yourself free, my love, my love. Set yourself free,
Black Thought, J.
my
Perry,
love,
Tiffany
my
Goucher,
love.
Dave Chappelle.
Oh, set yourself free.
This is a story to tell.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tiffany Goucher. So right there, a little demonstration of how a song becomes a song. That song we just performed for you, we ended up performing 1 year ago on The Tonight Show, if you can believe it. So it's had quite a journey. Right now, we want to give you a preview of a brand new song from Tiffany called Identity.
What's free to me? Same thing as to you. It's just a feeling. It's just a feeling. I've had a couple of times on stage when I really felt free. And that's something else. Like, I'll tell you what freedom is to me. No fear. I mean, really, no fear.
Don't need no critic, I won't hear from you. I've been on the field, that's the usual. It seems like every day I got a new trigger. And I can't ease my brain, everything piled up. Feeling like the walls are caving in on me. Deep down I know it's just the enemy. One thing he doesn't know is that I've seen myself on the other side of every bit of misery. I've got my identity. My identity. I've got my identity. My identity. I've got my sound mind, pure heart, and right spirit. Did it all on the cross, you can't feel it. See the waves as they crash, never overtake. Feels so good when you're covered by grace and mercy. Oh, and this is the love I know I need it. Give me the yoke, I know it's easy. Show me my identity. I've got my identity. Ooh, my identity. I've got my sound mind, pure heart, and right spirit. Sound mind, pure heart, and right spirit. Sound mind, pure heart, and right spirit. Sound mind, pure heart, and right spirit.
What's free to me? Same thing as to you. It's just a feeling. It's just a feeling. I've had a couple of times on stage when I really felt free. And that's something else. Like, I'll tell you what freedom is to me. No fear. I mean, really, no fear.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the amazing Tiffany Goucher. Once again, I go by the name of J. Period. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Art Summit for having me once again. And thank you to everybody for being here.
Okay, show business. This is what we're doing. You're going to have lunch right now because that was amazing. And you're going to come back to this room at 2 o'clock. What time? Thank you. Back here. And then we'll do breakouts. Okay? 2 o'clock. Thank you. Hands together for J. Period and Tiffany Goucher.